Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing for the Committee on General Welfare, joint with the Committee on Finance. If you would like to submit testimony, you may at testimony@council.nyc.gov. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Please silence all electronic devices. No one may approach the dais during any time at this hearing. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant. Good morning and welcome to the first hearing for the FY25 Executive Budget. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. I'm pleased to be joined by my co-chair today, Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, Chair of the Committee on General Welfare. We've been joined this morning by Councilmembers Carr, Caban, Aviles, Stevens, Ong and Brewer and Lewis. On Zoom, we've got Council Members Riley and Brooks Powers. Before we get started, I want to take a quick moment to thank the entire Council Finance Division staff for their efforts in preparing for these hearings, especially Julia Haramis and Faria Ramon for today's hearing, Committee Counsel Mike Toomey, my senior advisor John Yedin, and all the finance analysts who work super hard behind the scenes to make all these hearings possible. We're here today to begin examining the Mayor's $111.6 billion executive budget for FY25, which would be an increase of $2.2 billion from the preliminary budget released earlier this year. As a reminder, for this year's executive budget joint hearings, we will take public testimony on an agency's executive budget that same day, after the agency's witnesses have finished, instead of holding one day at the end for all public testimony. If you wish to speak on the DHS or HRA executive budget today, please fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. This March, the Council began its role in the city's budget process with a series of hearings on the Mayor's FY25 preliminary budget. And after a month of examination, the Council put forward a response that continued to push back on the unnecessarily blunt cuts while responsibly accounting for the challenges ahead. Today, we start the next stage of the process by examining the Mayor's executive budget, beginning today with the Department of Social Services, covering the Human Resources Administration and the Department of Homeless Services. I'd like to welcome DSS Commissioner Molly Wazau-Parks and her team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. HRA's projected FY25 budget of $11.69 billion represents 10.5% of the administration's proposed FY25 budget in the executive plan. This represents an increase of $872.5 million, or 7.5%, from the $10.81 billion budgeted in the administration's FY25 preliminary plan earlier this year. The increase comes from several actions, most significantly the $614.9 million in additional funding for the City Family Homelessness and Eviction Prevention Supplement. As of March 2024, HRA has 1,166 vacancies relative to their budgeted headcount in FY24. DHS projected FY25 budget of $3.94 billion represents 3.5% of the administration's proposed FY25 budget in the executive plan. This represents a decrease of $23.7 million, or 0.6%, from the $3.96 billion budgeted in the administration's FY24 preliminary plan. The net decrease is largely made of a $56.2 million reduction in asylum response costs, partially offset by a $27 million cost of living adjustment for human service providers. As of March 2024, DHS has 163 vacancies relative to their budgeted headcount in FY24. In the preliminary budget response, the Council commended the administration for working with us and the nonprofit human service providers to implement a 9% COLA, cost of living adjustment, over the next 3 years. We also called on the administration to fully fund the City FEP's rental assistant voucher program, and $615 million was added in FY25, and $540 million was baseline starting in FY26. While this is a big step in the right direction, bringing the baseline budget more closely in line with historical spending in the program, the administration has yet to provide sufficient funding to support the package of legislation that the Council passed to expand the City FEP's program. There are many, many topics which I, my co-chair, and our colleagues will be looking for answers on today. My questioning will run towards contracting with nonprofit providers, the asylum seeker PEGs, and response funding, and shelter time limits, as well as the subway safety plan. After Council finished our hearings on the preliminary budget, we released a response identifying $6.15 billion in unaccounted for resources for FY '24 and '25. Unfortunately, the mayor's executive budget recognizes barely a third of these resources, leaving out income-based tax revenues that are expected to make up the final adopted budget anyhow. The funds that the council identified can account for the expiration of federal stimulus funds, allowing for responsible savings against under-budgeted costs and unforeseen challenges, as well as restoration and investments into the kind of key services DHS and HRA provide, among others. We have what we need to deliver a budget for every New Yorker, and all of it needs to be on the table now. Before I go any further, I want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Good morning. I am Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, Chair of the General Welfare Committee. Thank you for joining us this morning for the fiscal 2025 Executive Budget hearing for the General Welfare Committee, held jointly with the Finance Committee. The city's proposed fiscal 2025 executive budget totals $111.6 billion, of which $15.6 billion, or 14%, funds the Department of Social Services, encompassing the Human Services Administration and the Department of Homeless Services. DSS serves the most vulnerable populations in the city, sheltering the homeless and improving the economic well-being of those facing poverty. These services are more vital now than ever, given the record-high shelter census and the economic challenges faced by low-income city residents. The Council's budget response made it clear that protecting housing opportunities, bolstering the social safety net, and serving our most vulnerable residents are some of the Council's top priorities. I was glad to see that the administration added over $500 million to the City FEP's rental assistance program, as well as the citywide funding for COLA for contracted human service workers. However, I am also disappointed to see that the executive plan did not add funding for the majority of the council's priorities that were laid out in the budget response, including the Community Food Connection Program, a restoration to last year's PEGs on shelter provider contracts, baseline funding for the legislatively required prevailing wage increase for DHS shelter security, an expansion of fair fares to individuals making up to 200% of the federal poverty level, to increase the baseline for cash assistance and HACA emergency housing to align with recent actual spending, to support the council's bills to expand the City FEPS program, to improve client services, increase staffing, and upgrade systems for public benefit program administration, to improve the streamline the PATH intake process for families with children, and to fully fund the Right to Counsel program so that all eligible individuals can receive legal assistance. I am particularly concerned about the lack of additional funding for the Community Food Connections program, which drops from $57.1 million this fiscal year to $25 million in fiscal year 2025, and then $21 million in the out years. At a time of record high demand, we cannot abandon the hundreds of community-based providers who operate the city's soup kitchens and food pantries, which feed our city's most vulnerable populations. I also remain concerned about the administration's use of the shelter time limits for asylum seekers. While it is true that the city must ensure that it is being fiscally prudent with municipal dollars and that we should continue to explore ways to decrease the overall cost of the asylum seeker response, the best way to do that is by investing in long-term housing solutions, such as City FEPS, not by forcing an already vulnerable population onto the streets. I would like to thank the General Welfare Committee staff for their work in putting this hearing together today. Priya Rahman, Finance Analyst, Julia Haramis, Unit Head, Panina Rosenberg, Policy Analyst, Aminta Kilawan, Senior Counsel. I would also like to thank my Deputy Chief of Staff, my Chief of Staff, Elsie Encarnacion. And now, Commissioner Park, our council will swear you in.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Park?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Berry?
I do.
Executive Deputy Commissioner Ferdinand?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner DeStefano? Ellen Levine?
I do.
Scott French,
I do.
Jocelyn Carter.
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Commissioner, let me just say, this testimony looks really long, so if you can summarize as much as possible, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Good morning, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair Brannan, and members of the committee. My name is Molly Wasso Park, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Social Services. DSS is made up of both the Human Resources Administration, HRA, and the Department of Homeless Services, DHS. So accordingly, I am also joined by my colleagues, DHS Administrator Jocelyn Carter and HRA Administrator Scott French, as well as DSS First Deputy Commissioner Jill Berry, DSS Chief Program Performance and Financial Management Officer Ellen Levine, Executive Deputy Commissioner of Finance Rosine Ferdinand, and Deputy Commissioner of Finance Patrick DeStefano. Collectively, we represent the approximately 14,000 hardworking staff who dedicate their lives to supporting low-income New Yorkers. First, let me provide an audio description of myself for attendees who are blind or low vision. I am a middle-aged white woman with brown curly hair. I'm wearing a black suit, burgundy top, and silver jewelry. The first slide and all slides introducing a new section include a New York cityscape and a blue box with white text indicating the title. This slide also includes a blue and white DSS HRA DHS logo in the upper left-hand corner. The title is Fiscal Year 2025 Executive Budget Testimony with my name and today's date. Most other slides in this testimony have a light blue ribbon at the bottom that includes the DSS HRA DHS logo in various shades of blue. The next slide shows a Venn diagram indicating the overlap between DSS, HRA, and DHS. Under the leadership of Mayor Adams, the DSS HRA DHS consolidated management structure aims to provide a seamless and integrated continuum of client services to approximately 3 million New Yorkers. Our efforts to create a path to sustainability for low-income New Yorkers are rooted in the following 3 pillars. First, streamlining access to social services. 2, addressing homelessness and housing instability. And 3, creating economic stability. We will refer back to these 3 pillars throughout our presentation. The next slide shows through an array of colorful boxes how many New Yorkers are served in each of DSS HRA's programs. In the interest of time, I won't read all of them, but call out a couple. 1.8 million people receive SNAP. About 535,000 people receive cash assistance. 41,000 households are supported by city FEPS. 330,000 are enrolled in Fair Fares, and I could go on. Some programs that are not included in this chart, Adult Protective Services has about 6,000 people under care. DV shelters serve 1,200 families each day. The Community Food Connection Program serves 46 million pounds of food through 700 food providers annually, and Home Base serves 36,000 households annually. All right. Our next slide displays a pie chart depicting DHS funds. Nope, it should not actually. Okay, I guess it does. DHS is committed to providing safe temporary shelter, connecting New Yorkers experiencing homelessness to permanent housing and addressing unsheltered homelessness. With its for-profit partners, DHS is the largest municipal organization dedicated to addressing homelessness in the United States. The agency has an FY25 budget of $3.9 billion, of which $2.4 billion is city tax levy, and a budgeted headcount of about 1,900 people with about 1,800 on board. 95% of the DHS budget is for shelter operations, shelter intake, and services for the unsheltered. DHS central functions like contracting, IT, and human resources are part of the DSS management structure, and the administrative functions that you see here are directly related to the operation of DHS programs. Oh, I see, it's double-sided. All right, DHS shelter census. The next slide displays a graph depicting the DHS shelter census. During the pandemic, there was a decline in shelter entries. But at the same time, we continued to make permanent housing placements, which led to a decline in the census. The non-asylum census is about 7% below the pre-pandemic level and well below the pre-pandemic peak of 61,400 reached in January of 2019. Nevertheless, the census dramatically increased due to the arrival of asylum seekers. As of May 1st this year, the overall DHS shelter census is a little over 86,000. so more than 75% of the growth in the shelter census is associated with the asylum seekers. The next slide is a pie chart depicting shelter residents by population. The DHS budget is largely a function of the shelter census. Currently, the overall DHS shelter census, as I mentioned, is a little over 86,000. This is an increase of more than 41,000 since the beginning of 2022, before the surge in asylum seekers to New York City. Of the 86,000, approximately 62,000, or over 70%, are families made up of children and their adult parents and caregivers. Children make up nearly 40% of all the people in shelter. Today, approximately 36% of the overall shelter census is made up of, DHS shelter census, I should clarify, is made up of asylum seekers, over 30,000 people. In January 2022, the census was around 45,000, lower than it was in 2020, immediately pre-pandemic. As asylum seekers came to New York City and began to enter shelter in large numbers, they drove up the census, which increased sharply over the past 2 years. Asylum seekers account for about 75% of the growth in the DHS census. Now I'd like to turn to speaking about services for people who are unsheltered. Our engagement with individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness is another critical component of DHS's work. Since the start of this administration, DSS-DHS have doubled the outreach staffing to nearly 400 outreach staff on the ground as of today, and aggressively expanded low-barrier bed capacity, bringing nearly 300 new beds online since August 2023 alone, with approximately 3,900 such beds online as of today. As a result of critical investments in 24/7 outreach and the intensification of end-of-line efforts as part of the subway safety plan, referrals to shelter and low-barrier placements increased by 70% in fiscal year 23. Since the launch of the subway safety plan in February 2022, more than 7,000 New Yorkers have been connected to shelter from the subways. And I am incredibly pleased to report that thanks to critical investments in a comprehensive continuum of care, DSS-DHS more than doubled the number of permanent housing placements for people experiencing unsheltered homelessness year over year. DHS placed almost 1,000 New Yorkers residing in low-barrier programs in permanent housing in fiscal year 23. Our next slide indicates that we will now move on to the next segment of this testimony, streamlining social services. As I mentioned at the start of our testimony, our primary goal is to create a path to sustainability for low-income New Yorkers through 3 pillars of work. The first one that I will speak about is streamlining access to social services. If we can move up a couple of slides. This next slide depicts a graph displaying the reduction in backlog for cash assistance and SNAP cases. After record increases in SNAP and cash assistance applications in the past few years, double pre-pandemic levels, I am immensely pleased to report that DSS has functionally eliminated the previously reported backlogs of 46,000 cash assistance and 4,000 SNAP applications. Those were the peak numbers as of July 2023, ensuring low-income New Yorkers can quickly and easily access the benefits for which they qualify. Investments in staffing, technology, and process improvements have reduced the backlog of cases by 99% and 92%, respectively. This is even better than when I was here last month. In total, HRA processed more than 600,000 cash assistance and SNAP applications since the July 2023 backlog. I do need to pause and really thank the frontline staff that did heroic work to get that done. It was a tremendous effort. DSS hired over 1,000 new staff people since January of 2023 to process cash assistance and SNAP applications, doubled down on training for staff, and strengthened remote application processes to make it easier to apply for benefits. The agency also worked closely with Chief Efficiency Officer Denise Clay and the Mayor's Office of Efficiency to identify application process enhancements and to eliminate bottlenecks that contributed to the backlog. We also developed and implemented plans to expedite the processes going forward. As of March, nearly 1.8 million New Yorkers are receiving SNAP benefits, and more than 500,000 New Yorkers are receiving cash benefits. All right, we've caught up on the slides. That's great. So moving to the next one. Our next slide lists some accomplishments.
Just indicate which slide you're on.
Okay, I am on slide 14. And where we are listing some accomplishments as it respects to streamlining and promoting the access to benefits. As previously mentioned, cash and SNAP are our highest profile benefits, but there is so much more that the agency does. Here are some examples of how we've been able to connect more New Yorkers in need to services that lead to their economic stability. We've created a new portal for landlords and providers to expedite enrollment in rental assistance and to make electronic payments to landlords. We've expanded child care assistance for those leaving the cash rolls. We've expanded fair fares to 120% of federal poverty level, and with the assistance of Speaker Adams and the Council, enrolled more than 331,000 New Yorkers in fair fares. And we've provided HEAP grants to eligible low-income New Yorkers and renters to heat and cool their homes, close to $1 million in federal fiscal year 22-23. Moving to slide 15 and looking ahead to 2025, we are excited about the investments we have made to support our not-for-profit partners and enhance services for our clients in the years ahead. We have issued new RFPs for legal services to strengthen support for clients at the risk of eviction. We have rolled out enhancements to the Access HRA provider portal, which will make it easier than ever for CBO partners to help New Yorkers enroll in DSS benefits. We are collaborating with new social care networks under the New York State Medicaid waiver, which will provide many Medicaid members, including DSS clients, with extra services, including nutrition and housing supports to improve long-term health outcomes. Over 30 New York City benefits CBO contracts are transferring to DSS and will provide New Yorkers with help accessing HRA and other benefits and services. Slide 16 is a transition slide to talk about some of the ways in which we've been able to further our goals of keeping New Yorkers in their homes, moving families and individuals out of shelter, and helping people remain stably housed. On slide 17, I'm listing our affordable and supportive housing accomplishments. For those who do enter shelter, we want to connect them back to permanent housing as quickly as possible. In FY23, DSS saw a 17% increase in permanent housing placements from shelter. To date, in FY24, there has been an additional 16% increase in housing placements. More New Yorkers are now living safely and stably in supportive housing units. In fact, 46% more New Yorkers were connected to permanent supportive housing in 2023 than in the preceding fiscal year. And 1,000 unsheltered individuals were placed in permanent housing, including but not limited to supportive housing. DSS has taken steps to strengthen rental assistance programs. We've made City FEPs easier to use by reducing work requirements, eliminating the 90-day rule, allowing for the use of City FEPs statewide, and streamlining the program with technological improvements. To ensure that more New Yorkers gain access to affordable housing, DSS launched the Affordable Housing Services Initiative to use social service dollars to create affordable housing. DSS will be facilitating the creation of stable housing opportunities for nearly 1,500 households in shelter using AHS. Furthermore, the AHS initiative provides sustainable funding solutions to help not-for-profit providers secure long-term building-wide leases or even acquire permanent housing sites while providing light-touch services for tenants who are formerly experiencing homelessness. DSS has also rolled out extensive training to improve and increase housing package submissions from providers. Moving to slide 18. This slide depicts a bar chart comparing FY18 versus FY23 city spending on housing stability. What is very important to emphasize is that not only is DSS innovating and developing new housing models, the investment of city funds in prevention and housing grows year over year, while other funding is stagnant. This chart compares FY18 spending to FY23 spending in DSS on rental assistance, including the city and state FEP subsidies, HASA housing and rental assistance, legal services, home base, rent arrears, and affordable housing services. Spending grew 60% overall in this 5-year period, but city spending grew by 85%, while non-city funding grew by only 15%. The city share of the $1.6 billion in 2023 was $1.2 billion, 75% of the total in 2023. In 2018, the city share was 65%. Moving to slide 19, this slide shows a bar chart depicting the upward trend in City FEP's household placements. The city's investment in increased subsidized permanent housing placements has yielded the following results so far. DHS is currently on pace to place over 12,000 households through City FEPs in FY24, a 20% increase relative to FY23, and really record-breaking progress. We are also keeping pace with permanent housing placements using all permanent housing options in FY24. There's been a 16% increase in placements in FY24 through January relative to the same period in FY23. As we saw in the previous slide, city funding is making up a growing share of housing-related costs, and city-funded housing options are making up a greater and greater share of shelter move-outs. In FY24, we are on target for city FEPs to be the majority, about 65% of shelter placements, compared to 52% in FY20. Moving to slide 20, looking ahead on our affordable and supportive housing programs. As I mentioned earlier, we continue to focus our efforts on moving families and individuals from shelter into permanent housing as quickly as possible. By leveraging social service dollars to address the housing supply shortage, we will create 1,500 new affordable units for households exiting shelter. Through our new state-funded SHARE program, we'll be able to increase shelter move-outs for some of the longest-term stayers in the DHS system who are not eligible for other subsidies. And Project Home, a new pilot program between the New York City Department of Homeless Services and New Destiny Housing, a not-for-profit that provides housing and services to domestic violence survivors and their families, will connect 100 families with children living in DHS shelter due to domestic violence to safe and affordable permanent housing through a novel housing assistance team model. On slide 21, this slide depicts two bar charts showing trends in emergency rent arrears payments and eviction prevention. To further our goals of keeping New Yorkers in their homes, moving families and individuals out of shelter, and helping them remain stably housed, we take advantage of a variety of tools at our disposal. Emergency rent arrears is a cash assistance benefit. This is the graph on the left with the blue bars. In FY23, DSS issued over $300 million in emergency rent payments to 43,000 households. Many of these payments go to applicants and recipients of ongoing assistance. The number of households receiving emergency payments in FY23 increased since a pandemic drop in FY21 and 22, and I can tell you we are on track to well exceed those numbers in FY24. In FY23, DSS's Office of Civil Justice funded legal organizations provided legal assistance to an estimated 98,000 New Yorkers in approximately 43,700 households across New York City facing housing challenges, including eviction, disrepair, landlord harassment, and other threats to their tenancies. The number of households served in FY23 is the highest on record since the start of the Universal Access to Counsel program. These services proved to be essential as the number of eviction filings increased by more than 57,000, or approximately, 83% in the last year. However, it should be noted that eviction filings in FY23 were still significantly lower than pre-pandemic levels. Since 2014, OCJ has provided legal services ranging from brief advice to full representation in 291,000 eviction and other housing-related matters, with estimated household sizes totaling up to more than 700,000 New Yorkers served. Another transition slide where we are transitioning to discussing economic stability. We recognize that more and more New Yorkers rely on our city's resources to make ends meet. In addition to public benefits, rental assistance, and other essential resources, I will provide an overview of our career services and other supports that enable New Yorkers to secure steady income and live sustainable lives. Slide 23 discuss our work on moving to sustainable futures. DSS offers education, training, and employment services to help clients develop job skills and build a career that will lead to success and financial stability. These programs are funded at a total FY24 budget of over $300 million. As part of our revitalization efforts, we launched the Pathway to Industrial and Construction Careers, or PINC program, to connect clients to jobs in these two industries. We are also restructuring our career service programs and contracts to ensure that we are focused on connecting clients to growth industries with jobs with long-term potential. Thanks to changes in state law, we are able to implement new income disregards to support clients' economic growth. This means clients who are participating in training programs or who get a job do not immediately face a benefits cliff. As a result, they are more likely to achieve economic stability and growth. And one that I'm particularly excited about, we are strengthening our pathways for our clients to access human service jobs. In FY23, human service providers hired nearly 6,000 cash assistance clients. And again, we are on track to well exceed that in FY24. This is a gain for both clients and for providers who are frequently struggling in the labor market. It's a priority to create and expand opportunities that will help low-income New Yorkers achieve sustainability, and our work reflects that. On slide 24, we are looking forward. We are issuing new RFPs for career services that will focus on building pathways to sustainable careers. That workforce development program will be released, the RFP there will be released in FY25. We will connect participants to jobs across 8 industries: healthcare, human and social services, technology, industrial and manufacturing, construction, food service and customer service, maintenance and security, and transportation and warehousing. Separately, through our partnership with the MTA, we launched the Omni pilot last week. The 90-day pilot includes 50 volunteer Fair Fares enrollees who are testing the use of the Fair Fares discount with the Omni card. This pilot is the first step to transitioning the Fair Fares program to the MTA Omni Fare pilot system. I will close by underlining our ongoing commitment to break down government silos and to improve access to services. The challenges DSS, HRA, DHS work to confront bridge across agencies and further across jurisdictional boundaries. Overcoming these challenges goes to the heart of creating the kind of caring, compassionate communities we seek to live in. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and we welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. We've also been joined by council members Osei and Salam. Thank you for your testimony. I want to get right into it. So, talking about city contracting with nonprofit providers, DHS contract budget totals $3.82 billion, which is 97% of the agency's budget, largely related to shelter services. HRA's contract budget is nearly $1 billion and includes programs such as domestic violence shelters, housing and support services for low-income individuals, and food to stock our city's food pantries and soup kitchens. Many of these nonprofits find it very challenging to navigate the city's contracting process, and payments are typically received well after they have provided services. Nonprofits are forced then to front large sums of money, which then often they need to borrow at an additional cost to provide those services to the city. This is truly an untenable dynamic that puts the viability of CBOs and the availability of these essential services at risk. Certainly something that I know as the former chair of the Contracts Committee. So are there any updates that you can provide us today since the preliminary budget hearing on what your agency is doing to expedite the contracting and payment timeline for these nonprofit organizations, especially as it relates to the DHS contracted homeless service providers who are all experiencing excessive contracting delays?
Thank you, Chair. We absolutely take our obligation to our not-for-profit service providers very seriously. As you note, the work that we do is entirely dependent on not-for-profits, and we're very grateful for the service that they provide. And paying invoices is a key piece of that. This has been, FY24 has been a particularly challenging year for 2 reasons. First one, and this is citywide, it's not specific to DSS, the city has been migrating from Accelerator to Passport as both a contracting and invoice payment system. I am fully confident that once that migration is complete, that it will be better for all of us, both the city, the agencies, and also the not-for-profits, to have all of the information in one place. It has been a very challenging migration. We're working really closely with our partners at MOX to make sure that we are resolving issues as promptly as possible, and also the MOX has given us the authority, and we are absolutely taking advantage of us to do additional advances to not-for-profits, so while we are working through those migration issues. The other reason why FY24 has been particularly challenging, particularly on the DHS side, is that we have about twice the number of contracts that we typically do because of all of the asylum work that we have going on. So it's put added burden on our contracting staff, on the staff that review invoices. We have hired some individuals to work specifically on the asylum-related contracts, but we're really approaching this as an all-hands-on-deck effort to make sure that we are getting the invoices that did get stuck in the passport process moved through as quickly as possible, that we are teeing contracts up so that they are fully activated for FY25, and that it is standard operating procedure for us that we do a 3-month advance at the start of the fiscal year so that we're able to do those promptly. And then we are reviewing our processes from start to finish with respect to both contracting and invoice review to make sure that even when we aren't in this particularly unique moment, that we are looking for ways that we can improve our operations.
Walk us through the timeline, or what has to happen once a contract is registered. What has to happen then for the organization to get reimbursed? Walk us through that process and that timeline.
Sure. Timelines vary, but let me talk about the process. So once a contract is registered, the provider needs to activate their budget now within the passport system, right? So going from a top line budget number to a line item that they can actually invoice in. Part of that process is a review of subcontractors. So we need to make sure that that any provider that is using subcontractors, for example, for food or security within a shelter, has gotten three bids, that those are in fact independent entities from the parent organization. So we review those. Once the subcontractors have been approved, the budget is active in Passport. The not-for-profit invoices for those services, that includes providing backup documentation for the costs that they've incurred. That goes through a multi-level review process. It is a standard city process, again, not specific to DSS, that you need to have different levels of agency staff reviewing the invoice to make sure that there is separation of duties. Once that has been approved, then payment happens. In accordance with the MOC's expedited invoice review procedures that were put into place a couple of years ago, with most vendors, we do a limited prepayment review, so we're looking at some personnel records and a little bit of additional documentation. Most of the review process is happening on the back end. And then I should add, specifically for DHS Families with Children providers, they get partially paid based on what we call care days, which is an automatic payment based on the number of people that they had in care, that they can then follow up for additional payment based on actual expenses.
Is there a limit? Is there a limit to how many invoices an organization can submit at one time for reimbursement?
We strongly encourage providers to invoice in real time, so that the standard is invoicing within a couple of weeks of the close of the preceding month. One thing that we do see is that providers will batch their invoices. That does create added complication for us, although we do our best to work through that.
Because we're hearing from providers that they're only allowed to submit 3 invoices at a time.
Not something that I'm familiar with. We certainly can look into it and follow up. Again, we strongly encourage the not-for-profits to do it in real time so that we can keep up. Certainly when we get one invoice, we can process it more quickly than if we get 10 invoices for going back. But as far as I know, there isn't a limit. Happy to follow up.
And how bad, on the scale of 1 to 10, how bad is the backlog right now?
So we always have invoices to process, right? We have hundreds and hundreds of contracts, and every one of them is submitting 12 invoices a year. So at any given moment, we are processing hundreds of invoices. As I say, Passport has really made this year a little bit challenging because there were budgets and other things that didn't migrate, but we're working through that.
Do you have enough staff to do that stuff?
We're really taking an all-hands-on-deck approach, using overtime when we need to.
So that means no.
We are taking an all-hands-on-deck.
All hands on deck means that people that aren't supposed to be dealing with this are now dealing with this.
We are very focused on making sure that we get our payments into the hands of our not-for-profits.
So you need more staff. Got it. What is the typical turnaround time for reimbursement after a group has submitted their invoices?
That varies a lot depending on, as I say, whether or not the invoices are batched, whether or not it's a contractor that is on what we call enhanced review, which means that there's additional documentation, whether or not, even for those who aren't in enhanced review, that they submitted the documentation that was required. But we do shoot to comply with the MOX standards, which is that we should be turning things around within 7 days. Again, it's very contextual depending on what documentation is provided.
If a provider heard the 7-day thing, would they die laughing?
We are working very closely with providers. They call me all the time. They call Administrator Carter. They call Administrator French. We are working through the issues. I think right now we are certainly not meeting the 7-day standard. This has been a particularly challenging year because of the migration and because of our additional contract volume, but we are very focused on this. I can tell you I meet with the team every week to make sure that we are reviewing where we stand.
Okay. I mean, I want you to see the council as partners in this. I mean, ultimately, we want to help you get this work done. We want these providers to get paid on time. They do invaluable work. So, you know, if you need help, you have to tell us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember.
Even if we're wearing, you know, disguises in a diner somewhere, you gotta tell us this stuff. Can you tell us how many of FY 22-23 contracts have not yet been fully paid out?
I'm going to need to get back to you on that.
Okay. The Workforce Enhancement Initiative funds, have they all been allocated to the contracted provider budgets? If not, could you tell us the percentage and the dollar amount that's outstanding?
The majority, yes, they've all been allocated.
Okay. Still on the topic of the nonprofit providers and the payment delays. So at the preliminary budget hearing back in March, the speaker asked for a list of all nonprofit with contracting and payment delays. At the time, you said you'd get back to us with the info, so we included it in our follow-up letter to you, which we didn't get a response back until Friday. Does this mean that DSS does not actually have a list of the providers who are awaiting payments?
So as I mentioned, we are, at any given time, we are processing hundreds of invoices. It is something that is moving in real time. We are working very closely with our providers. Our ability to do reporting right now is a little bit stretched because of we are midstream in this migration, working very closely with MOX. Again, I want to reiterate that MOX has been a really terrific partner, but we are working very closely with all of our not-for-profits and troubleshooting and resolving technical issues as they come up.
Okay. The executive plan includes pegs for both HRA and DHS related to asylum seeker response costs. For HRA, the savings are $4 million in FY24. For DHS, the savings are $267 million in FY24 and $56 million in FY25. Could you tell us how those PEG savings were calculated?
So I'm going to have to defer to OMB on the specific calculations, but in general, we have not been changing or reducing services for our asylum seeker clients. There's a lot of uncertainty in the volume of people that we are going to be serving. The number of people coming into the system on any given day is very much a function of federal border policy. What we have found over the last year is that some of the early projections were overestimating how many people we would be able to serve. We have been able to manage the census down, and there's been some less robust intake at certain points in time. So what you are seeing in the DHS budget is adjustment of projected spending based on census rather than changes in service delivery.
Okay, so they've been able to find savings not by decreasing services.
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically for the DHS system, right? We are sheltering about 50% of the asylum seekers. This really has been a whole of government effort. We at DHS are very grateful for that. In the early months, it was all on our shoulders, and it was really very challenging. So it's important that that it is a whole of government effort. That does mean there are a lot of agencies represented in the conversation. So speaking specifically for DHS, I can say that our pegs related to asylum are entirely about census reforecasts.
Okay, that we know one of the tools the administration's been using to manage asylum costs is the term limit notices, right? Could you give us a better understanding of the cost implications of that policy? How many term limit notices has DHS issued to date?
So to clarify, as I mentioned, we're serving about 50% of the asylum seekers. Overwhelmingly, the asylum seekers in the DHS system are families with children, and families with children in the DHS system are not receiving notices at this time. We've issued about just under 3,600 notices to adults.
3,600 only to adults, right?
Correct.
Single adults?
Correct.
And what are the total estimated savings from the term limit notices, the time limit notices?
I'm going to have to defer to OMB on that one.
OMB, okay. Okay. I want to talk about the subways. February 18th, 2022, the mayor released the Subway Safety Plan, outlining the city's strategy to address street homelessness and safety on public transit. The plan included health services and outreach, as well as new drop-in centers, safe haven beds, and stabilization beds. The FY23 executive plan included baseline city funding of $171.3 million starting in FY23 to support the subway safety plan. FY25 preliminary budget included an additional $16 million in FY24. Could you tell us how much has been spent thus far in this fiscal year on the subway safety plan?
Thank you, and let me also add my thanks for your diligence on focusing on conditions in the subway. We really appreciate your attention there. So our total budget for services for people experiencing unsheltered homelessness is about $300 million. That's inclusive of the subway safety plan, and FY24, we do expect to spend all of that. It includes outreach, it includes our low barrier beds, safe havens and stabilization beds, it includes drop-in centers, and ancillary services like transportation. It's because we have really folded the subway safety plan into our overall streets and subways response, it's slightly challenging to disentangle those pieces. I will say in FY23, some of the beds that we were bringing online had a slightly different later start point than originally planned, so we didn't spend all of the budget in FY23, but we are moving very quickly and focusing on this, and we do expect, as I say, to spend about the $300 million in FY24.
Okay.
Administrator Carter, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, council members. Commissioner said for really your support with the subway safety plan and really the folks who are out experiencing homelessness, and you know the work that we've been doing with those who are in the subway and on the streets, and so we have really been working diligently to bring those who are in on the street, and we continue to do so. So has been continuous work with our outreach teams. We've doubled the numbers of staff who've been out 24/7, just doing that work that it takes. Lots of engagements with those who are on the street.
Could you tell us how many new safe havens and stabilization, the low barrier beds have been opened during the current administration?
Yep, just about 1,100.
And how many beds are in the pipeline?
There are another approximately 1,100 in the pipeline. We expect that the majority of them will open this calendar year, although construction timelines sometimes vary, sometimes substantially. I do want to go back and correct one statement I made. The notices that we issued included some number of adult families, but no children under 18.
Okay, so you said there were 3,600, right?
Yeah.
Time limit notifications?
They're all adults, but that's single adults and adult families.
Okay. Staying on the low barrier beds, what is the average vacancy rate for those, the safe haven stabilization beds?
It varies between about 3% and 5%.
Okay. I got a couple more, and I want to hand it over to my co-chair. So talking just my own experience in the end-of-line outreach in my district at 95th Street, which is an end-of-line station, I think we can all agree that there's outreach happening, but it's not really working. There's still many, many unsheltered individuals congregating on the subways and the station, and I really personally have not seen a big improvement since the administration made this subway safety plan investment. In addition to the subways, there's a woman in my district who's been living on the same spot for so long that she's been immortalized on Google Maps. And it's heartbreaking and inhumane. While it's not illegal to live on the street, it's heartbreaking and inhumane that we allow human beings to reside on the streets for so long. And I wanted to talk a bit about the involuntary removals. Could you tell us, I have a larger point here, but could you tell us how many involuntary removals were made in FY23 and thus far in FY24?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. We did see that question when it came through last night. As you know, involuntary removals are an interagency function, and so we're going to need to collaborate with our colleagues and get back to you, but we will circle back with that data.
So my question then is, how many times does an outreach worker have to engage with someone before it inherently would trigger an involuntary removal, right? If you're visiting a client 20, 30, 40, 50 times, how long before you say this person clearly needs help? I mean, someone saying, no, I'm fine, I'm living on the street here for 3 years.
So let me start, and I will pass it to Administrator Carter. Individuals who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness, particularly in New York City, where 95% of people experiencing homelessness are in shelter, these are individuals who have fallen through every level of society, every safety net that there is, right? Whether it's family, religious institutions, government, you name it, we collectively have failed them. There is often very significant trust issues that people are dealing with, and there are instances where it takes hundreds of interactions with an outreach worker to build a relationship to help people come inside. One of the things that we have found that makes the biggest difference is whether or not we have a placement option that we can offer that is in the community in which that person calls home. Because even though they aren't inside, even though they are experiencing unsheltered homelessness, they are connected to a particular community, right? It's one of the reasons why we are very deliberately citing those low barrier beds near end-of-line stations. We would love to collaborate with you on a potential siting. But, you know, in answer to your direct question, there is no if this many interactions, then involuntary removal. There's a very specific legal standard around danger to self and others, and if a person is not in immediate health danger, experiencing unsheltered homelessness, we do not have the legal right to take them inside.
But you don't think there's an inherent mental health danger when someone's saying, no, I'm fine living on the street for 3-4 years?
It doesn't mean we give up on them. We are going to keep trying. We will keep engaging. We will keep looking. I will say, while I understand the frustration, I understand the impulse to look about for ways that we can get people inside. I do want to challenge a bit the idea that what we're doing isn't working, right? We placed more than 1,000 people into permanent housing last year, and that doesn't count the people that we placed in safe havens and stabilization beds. There's absolutely more work to do. I will be the first to say there is 100% more work to do. We have to keep at it, and I'm very grateful to the Adams administration for the investment that they have made in this work. But we are seeing signs of success. One of the things that I think we need to be doing collectively is looking across multiple levels of government, right? although there are instances where you see a given individual on the street for a long period of time, in other instances, what you're seeing is people who are being discharged from psychiatric institutions, for example, directly to the street. So we need to think about how we as a community are doing better discharge planning so that we're not growing the number of people experiencing unsheltered.
Look, I don't think any of my colleagues would debate or say otherwise, that this is not extremely challenging work to work with chronically unsheltered individuals. I just don't know if it's an efficient use of the outreach team's time to visit someone hundreds of times before saying this person clearly needs help and doesn't realize it.
And I'm going to speak from the social work perspective because I'm a licensed clinician. I think one of the things that is important as for clinicians, and now we do have nurses with our teams that are going out to really do full assessments. And we do want to build trust with those who are on the street. And for particular individuals who are hard to reach or who are really, in this particular person, who have been on the street, to build that relationship, and it does take time. It might take 6 months for one person, it may take much more time for another person. And this is a case where this is what's happening. And for us, really being out every single day engaging that individual is important because relationships is what we know is going to make a difference, and so we're sending teams out. And the other thing to know is that 1,000 people have moved to permanent housing, but 7,000 people have come into shelter off the street, right? So there's that other piece that's happening. And for the teams that are out there, we have outreach workers, we have a psychiatric person who's licensed, who's always going out to talk to that individual. At some point, that person is going to say yes, and that's going to be the win. So it's always being persistent. It's not giving up on that individual and knowing that the yes is going to come. I can't tell you it's tomorrow, but the yes is going to come at some point, so we cannot give up. And frustration can lead us to say, I'm throwing my hands up, but the teams know that this is going to come, and that's what we need to continue to do.
You mentioned nurses. During the preliminary hearing back in March, you mentioned that you were planning to issue an RFP for nurses for the subway plan. Has that been released, or when will that be released?
That's going to be released shortly.
And what's the anticipated scope? How many nurses are you looking to hire?
I will get back to you on that.
Okay, so the last thing for me, the most recent report that I got from DHS about outreach at this end-of-line station in my district, only 9% of unsheltered individuals that your teams had engaged with were placed in shelters. Can you tell me, how are we measuring the effectiveness of the mayor's subway safety plan, and how does that stack up to other end-of-line stations?
Thank you. Again, I will start and ask Administrator Carter to chime in. I mean, when we look at success, we're really looking at the number of engagements, the number of people who come inside, the length of time that people stay inside, our numbers of permanent housing placements. We look at the overall number of people on the street. We do what we call our Hope Count every year in January, where we do a full survey of people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. We have not yet, we're still in the final stages of processing the results for this year's Hope Count, but what I can tell you is that over the last couple of years, while other major cities have seen fairly significant increases in the number of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness, we have not. So again, absolutely still more work to do, because anybody on the street it's not good for the person, it's not good for the community. But I do think that there are signs of hope there. Administrator Carter, what would you like to add?
I think that any one day that a person comes in is a win for us. So we believe, and every person's family where a person comes in, that's a win. So for us, coming in from the street or the subway, that's a win for that particular family and that particular individual. So for 9%, but that's 9% of humans who are no longer sleeping on the street and have a bed at night. So that's a win for all of us.
Okay, we've also been joined by council members Powers and Sanchez, and Ressler, and Banks, sorry. We're now going to hand it over to my co-chair, Deputy Speaker Ayala. Thank you, team. Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. I just wanted to add that, the biggest complaint that we receive from, unsheltered individuals is that they do not feel safe in the existing shelter settings for singles, primarily for individuals that have some sort of mental health diagnosis. It is a very difficult and challenging process, and I wonder how much of, the agency's attention is geared towards making the necessary changes to ensure that those same individuals feel safer in those environments. I know Wards Island, for instance, is huge, but they have a dormitory-style quarters, right, living quarters, that are pretty dated and do not allow for a sense of safety and privacy that the folks are looking for, and that's always been a deterrent to trying to get those same people in.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We absolutely realize that we cannot run a one-size-fits-all shelter system, right? So we, at this point, have about 3,900 what we call our low-barrier beds. There's the stabilization beds and safe havens. Those facilities tend to be a bit smaller, a bit lower density than a more traditional shelter, although there is a continuum. We're really investing in developing higher quality real estate, closing the sites that don't meet our standards, and bringing on new sites that are high quality. So we have closed one of the more challenged sites on Wards Island, for example. But we also are really paying attention to what is happening in the shelters. We take safety and security of all of our clients very, very seriously. We track the number of incidents per 1,000 clients. I have it in here somewhere. I can pull it up, but I believe the number of violent incidents per 1,000 residents within the single adult system is about 3 per 1,000 residents. That's still room to grow, but it is something that we are working on and where we are seeing progress. Another point of progress that I would call out, in an era where overdose deaths are unfortunately spiking across the country, we have seen a reduction in the number of overdose deaths within the DHS shelter system, which is very much a reflection of our focus on harm reduction and making sure that we have Narcan distributed across all of our shelters. So there is no one-size-fits-all model. For some people, the dormitory setting is the right one so that we can make sure that there are eyes on an individual. In other cases, the lower density setting is the right option. But we are building and investing in a diversity of settings. I think a very important part of our work with clients experiencing behavioral health issues is our partnership work. And we are really engaging in and building out what we are calling our complex case review processes, where we're bringing together all of the agencies, DOHMH, H&H, State Office of Mental Health, others who might touch a client, who might be able to offer some resources. At the end of the day, DHS is not a medical agency, right? We are a sheltering agency, so making sure that we are connecting people to the services to which they are entitled and helping them build connections to in-community services and the resources offered by the agencies that are fundamentally medical agencies is really critical to our work.
Does that include offering those services on site, or would those be like referral based?
In most cases, we have some relatively light touch medical services on site. I don't want to be in a situation where we are ever conditioning people's access to health care based on remaining in shelter, right? The goal is permanent housing, and your health care should go with you. So our emphasis is on making sure that we are connecting people, whether it's to a primary care physician or completing a SPOA application so they can connect to an ACT or an IMT team if they have more serious needs. So yes, some on-site services, but it's not the primary tool.
Yeah, I think that we need to work on that, because I do believe that there has to be a level of stabilization before a person is especially a person that has a serious mental health diagnosis, is prepared and ready to accept and follow up, right, with the community-based program approach. And to assume that that's what, that people are going to follow up and that they're going to go to their doctor's appointments when they haven't yet been stabilized, it is unrealistic.
Yeah, no, I would agree
Yeah.
with you on that, absolutely, Councilmember. And so the caseworkers on site, their job is to make sure that those bridges and those referrals are happening, that it isn't just here's the address of a doctor, but that it's actually a warm handoff and supports to continue with that.
I appreciate that. I have a question regarding the Community Food Connection and the council's budget response proposal. So HRA's Community Food Connection Program, formerly known as the Emergency Food Assistance Program, provides an array of essential food items to emergency food providers, including food pantries and soup kitchens across the city. This program is especially important since hunger remains much higher than it was pre-pandemic, and undocumented individuals are not eligible for SNAP, leaving them to rely on pantries. We were very happy when the program was expanded to offer a wider variety of food options, including fresh fruit and vegetables to providers. In fiscal year 23, the council called on the administration to increase the baseline budget for CFC, and it increased the budget by $30 million, but for fiscal years 23 and 24. As of the executive plan, the CFC budget is $57.1 million, but just for fiscal years 23 and 24. Million for fiscal year 24, dropping to $25.1 million in fiscal year 25, and then dropping further to the baseline budget of $20.9 million starting in fiscal year 26. In its budget response for the past 2 years, the council called on the administration to increase the baseline CFC at $60 million. It was very disappointing that no additional funding was added to the executive plan to bolster and continue the CFC program at the level needed to meet the demand. Can you tell us what was the actual spending for fiscal year 23?
In FY23, we spent the whole budget of about $53 million.
53 million. I mean, I don't understand what the rationale for making any level of reduction to the program is, especially considering the fact that so many people are still relying so heavily on our food pantries, soup kitchens. I mean, I see the lines just on my block stretch out for 2 blocks, just people waiting all day.
We absolutely believe that CFC is a critical program providing critical services, and we are working very closely with OMB on the FY25 budget.
Requesting an increase?
We're working very closely with OMB to make sure that the program is funded appropriately.
Okay. And by appropriately, I'm assuming that keeping it at spending levels. How much has been spent thus far for fiscal year 24, and how much are you anticipating spending by the end of the fiscal year?
I'm going to pass it to First Deputy Jill Berry, who can speak about how the program works.
Yeah, so we ensure that we fully expend the CFC budget each year by working with the vendor, especially as we get closer to the end of the fiscal year, to make sure that they have fully spent all of the funds on foods that then are in the warehouse and we can quickly redistribute out to pantries. So we fully expect to spend the full budget again this year.
Okay. So are you part of conversations on how did we get to the place where the reductions that were announced became a thing? How, because I'm assuming if we're spending more, if the need is higher, how did we get to a point where we're rationalizing cutting so significantly by 2025?
There are a number of places in our budget. This is one of them where there are what we refer to as our funding cliffs, where we work very closely with OMB to make sure that on a year-by-year basis that we are aligning appropriately.
Okay. Are you aware of are CFC providers given a set of food grant amounts per month or quarter, and how is that determined?
CFC providers are given an allocation every 6 months. That allocation is intended to last for the 6 months. We also started to give them monthly reports so they can see what their spending is against their allocation. The way that the funding is allocated amongst the CFC providers is looking at a combination of factors, the numbers of SNAP recipients in the district, where there are food deserts, where there are not very many pantries. We look at the tree neighborhoods, racial equity indicators, and also the history of spending so that we are allocating through the funds that are fully allocating the funds available throughout the city.
Are you communicating with the providers regularly to kind of, I guess, identify areas that have become higher need?
Yeah, absolutely. There's always a little bit of funding that's set aside as a reserve for as new pantries want to roll in, so they don't have to wait till the next 6-month allocation to get an allocation. And if we see pantries are underspending or overspending, we are in communication with them to understand, is that because you have funding from some other funding source, or are you short in needing funds for CFC? So it's a regular ongoing conversation with our providers.
Does the CFC offer any operational grants or assistance to help providers?
We do. We have a grant program that we operate every year. We just recently sent out our awards for this year. It's about $2 million, where pantries can apply for grants for things like new refrigerators or to pay a coordinator to manage volunteers for the year, things like that.
And if a CFC needs more food, how long does it take before you're able to kind of help increase, I guess, their access to additional resources to get that food to them?
So the vendor, H. Schreier, is responsible for sourcing and making food available. Generally, there's a catalog, an online catalog of food that's available to the CFC providers, and they can identify which foods they want, what's appropriate for their pantry, for the clients that come to their pantries. They can balance it with food they may be getting from City Harvest. They can go to CFC and have a little bit more choice, and put together a well-balanced pantry bag.
Has the quality of the food been compromised based on the number of inflated number of folks that are in need of such assistance on the same budget?
No, we work with Schreier to make sure that all the food is appropriate.
Okay, all right. As we all know, the city shelter system didn't just become overburdened in April 2022 with the unanticipated arrival of asylum seekers. The DHS system had already been strained for many years. One of the proven strategies the city can employ to address housing instability is the provision of rental assistance vouchers. The council has repeatedly called on the administration to increase baseline funding for city FEPS vouchers to align with the actual spending more closely and to ensure that HRA has adequate staffing to support the efficient administration of the vouchers. The council has also called on the administration to fund HRA's budget to meet the requirements of the package of legislation that the council recently passed to expand voucher eligibility, which became effective January 9, 2024. We are very happy to see that funding was added for city FEPS in the executive plan, with $614.9 million added in fiscal year 24 and $540.3 million baseline starting in fiscal year 25. This brings the total funding for rental assistance up to $809.9 million in fiscal year 24, $702.3 million in 25, and approximately $629 million baseline starting for fiscal year 26. How did HRA determine how much to add to the baseline?
Thank you. There were discussions back and forth with OMB. We can certainly get back to you on the nuances of the calculation, but as you say, it was designed to align much closer to actual spending in the past. There's always a certain level of uncertainty around rental assistance spending, right? It is a function of the number of people participating, the size of the families, right? So whether or not we're, the people who come in the door next year, it's more singles or more large families. What happens with rent guideline board increases, what happens with fair market rent increases, and then the housing market as a whole. So there is, with all of those variables that are outside our control, there's always going to be some level of uncertainty as to what spending is going to look like. So I think I'm extremely glad that we sort of substantially course-corrected the baseline here, understanding that we're going to need to adjust on an ongoing basis, and that would be the case no matter what.
Yeah. What was the actual spending on rental assistance in fiscal year 23?
So specifically for city FEPS and related programs, it was $508 million in FY23. For everything that we consider rental assistance as a standalone rental assistance program, it would be $553 million. My old lady eyes are giving me trouble. I will note that there is, we provide rental assistance through a number of our cash assistance programs. So for example, there are about 33,000 households within HASA that receive enhanced rental assistance as part of their cash assistance grant. So those costs aren't reflected in the numbers that I just gave you.
Okay. And what is the actual spending thus far in fiscal year '24, and how do you anticipate spending by, how much do you anticipate spending by the end of the fiscal year?
So $520 million year-to-date for fiscal year '24. Again, that is specifically on rental assistance programs, not including the related cash assistance. The FY24 budget is $842 million for those, again, for those rental-specific programs.
Do you anticipate that you're going to be spending that amount?
In that neighborhood, yes.
Okay. And realistically, how much does HRA expect to spend on rental assistance in fiscal year '25?
I mean, again, because of the factors that I mentioned around what happens with FMR versus rent guidelines board, size of families, it is a moving target. The last couple of years have had we've seen quite large changes in fair market rent values set by HUD. So I think I would expect it to be in the neighborhood of what we are spending this year, but there's a lot of uncertainty, and we'll have to revisit that with OMB.
Okay. Can you tell us currently what funding sources are used to support city FEPS, and how much funding is city and how much comes from non-city sources?
Sure. City FEPS is a tax levy program. This year and last year there was a little bit of stimulus funding that was swapped in there, but essentially it's a tax levy funded program. Some of the other rental assistance programs, which are substantially, for the most part, substantially smaller, but they do bring in other sources of funding. So we have a very small home, which is a HUD grant, tenant-based rental assistance program, that's federal. State FEPS is a mix of city and state funding. SOTA, again, very small at this point, but that's a city-funded program. And then, as I mentioned, HASA is a cash assistance program, so that's 71% city-funded.
71%?
City-funded, yes.
Okay. For other rental assistance programs, how much funding is the city and how much, well, I guess you kind of covered some of that, but how much comes from non-city resources, and what are the non-city resources?
Yeah, so as the vast majority of it is city funding for all of our housing stability programs, including rental assistance and things like home base. I think we are, this was in my testimony, I think it was about 85% city funded. I'll confirm that number. The other funding sources are a little bit of federal money and some state money for particular programs. My team just passed me a note that 33,000 is all HASA clients, 27,000 of them are getting rental assistance through.
Okay. Do you anticipate spending down all federal pandemic funding allocated to rental assistance before the expiration of the end of the calendar year?
We are tracking all of the expiration dates on our stimulus funding very closely and making sure that we adhere to them, yes.
Okay. I would like an update on the size of the current program, talking about the rental assistance enrollment and processing, and how it is serving clients. At the preliminary budget hearing, you testified that 38,000 households were currently enrolled in City FEPS, and in your follow-up letter that we received last Friday, you indicated that 41,000 households are currently enrolled in the program. How many individuals are enrolled in and are using all HRA rental assistance voucher programs?
So we provide rental assistance for about 70,000 households every year, including City FEPS, HASA, and all of those other rental subsidy programs that I just rattled off. That makes us functionally one of the biggest housing authorities in the country. So although our identity is not as a housing agency, we are in fact a very significant player in that space.
So if I am reading this correctly, over the past 2 months, the enrollment increased by 3,000 households, or nearly 8%. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why was there such a large increase, and how much does the enrollment typically increase from month to month?
So we have been incredibly focused on shelter exits and connecting generally low-income households with affordable housing. That 41,000, and the change includes both in community moves and in shelter. Traditionally, it's about 2/3 of the vouchers are going to people in shelter. It is a huge priority for us as an agency. We are focused on our housing programs every day because we know it is so critical to the work that we do. We've got a 4-pronged work plan that we have going on within the agency to make sure that we are really maximizing people's access to housing. We're focused on getting as many people vouchered as possible. That's the first step, right? So that can include getting access to a City FEPS voucher, but it also includes, for example, the SHARE program that I mentioned in my testimony. We're really thinking about housing supply. Although DSS is not fundamentally a housing development agency, we live in a city with a 1.4% vacancy rate. It's even lower for lower rent units, Gesundheit. If we don't think about housing supply, we're never connecting our clients to housing. So for example, we changed the rules around City FEPS. We made it usable statewide. That's not absolutely growing the supply of housing, but it is growing the supply that is available to our clients. And we are actually absolutely growing the supply of housing because we're using social service contracts now to support what is essentially project-based rental assistance that not-for-profits can use to acquire development financing. And then the third work stream is really thinking about how many housing packages we're getting in the door. It is, not-for-profits, our shelter providers are working with clients, making sure that they are assembling all of the required, identifying an apartment and assembling all of the required information. It's hard work, it's detailed work. We're doing a lot of work to train not-for-profit providers to set clear expectations and to make sure that we are providing sufficient support so that they can meet those expectations. And then the last work stream is making sure that we within the agency are doing everything that we can to process the housing packages as promptly as possible. So that means investing in technology. We have, I've talked about it before, but an end-to-end processing system called Current, which we are rolling out. We are intentionally doing that rollout slowly because we don't want to screw it up for anything that is important as rental assistance. We want to make sure we get it right, but that system is really helping. We've been streamlining processes. We cut the number of documents from 17 to 12. We extended the timeline that documents are good for so people don't have to refresh them as often, on and on. So by working on all 4 pathways simultaneously, I think what we see is that the number of shelter exits is increasing quite dramatically.
That's good news. Do we know how many individuals have been deemed eligible and have received shopping letters but are still residing in shelter?
There are about 11,000 households with shopping letters in shelter, which I think really very much a reflection of that 1.4% vacancy rate that I mentioned. It's hard to find housing.
Yeah, understood. And does HRA currently have any backlogs at any step of the process in administering the rental assistance vouchers?
No, I wouldn't say that we have backlogs. We've looked at the time that it takes to process on average. This is, I will say, based on a sample of data until our end-to-end system is fully rolled out. Can't do it comprehensively, but on average, it takes 3 to 4 weeks from the point in time that we receive a package until checks are cut. There are absolutely exceptions around that average, cases that are particularly challenging, but we troubleshoot those.
I haven't been receiving as many calls, I'll acknowledge that.
Right.
How many people currently are on staff at each DHS and HRA tasked with administering the rental assistance voucher programs, and how many specifically work on the City FEPS program?
That's one of those entirely rational, straightforward questions that's actually quite complicated to answer because of the diverse nature of our rental assistance program. So there are about 200 people that are specifically whose jobs are specific to rental assistance processing, but it is a effort that crosses the agency, right? So that doesn't include cash assistance staff that are supporting HACA clients, for example. It doesn't include the fiscal team that is cutting checks. It doesn't include, so across the board, there's really hundreds of people who are touching the rental assistance process.
Are any of these positions vacant?
We're a 14,000 person agency. We always have vacancies, but we've been really prioritizing hiring, particularly frontline staff. OMB has been a great partner, allowing us to continue to move forward despite the hiring freeze. And one of the titles that we have been really focused on all along, have not paused any hiring, is the caseworkers, including those who are working on rehousing efforts.
Okay. In November of 2021, Local Law 125 of 2021 was enacted, establishing prevailing wage requirements for security guards as city contracted shelters. I was really proud of that bill. I was a co-sponsor. And since the passage of the legislation, the prevailing wage has been funded on a year-to-year basis. How much was spent on the prevailing wage increase in fiscal year 2023, and how much do you expect to spend in 2024? I'm still confused, in terms of why it hasn't been baselined.
So I have the 24 numbers with me, and we can circle back on 23. For 24, we project to spend $63.5 million for DHS and $34 million for HRA on those prevailing wage. I hear you about the annual funding. OMB has worked with us every year to adjust the budget to make sure that we are meeting our legal requirements. As I mentioned, there are a number of places where we have some cliffs in our budget.
I mean, but it's been, it's local law. So has there been any conversation about baselining?
We talk to OMB every day about the specifics of our budget, and I will certainly pass on the feedback.
Okay. So this is on DHS, the shelter provider contracts. The adopted fiscal year 2024 budget included a baseline reduction of $36.2 million for DHS shelter service providers, which providers continue to express has been quite painful for them. At the preliminary budget hearing, you testified that DHS, like all city agencies, was required to take a peg, and that given the agency is predominantly contracted services, the options possible were very limited. Now that the fiscal outlook has improved and some pegs were restored in other agency budgets, do you expect that this DHS peg would be restored at adoption?
Thank you. So just to clarify, this is a peg from last year.
Yes.
I think you're right. At this time, we are working with every provider to implement it in the least painful way possible. I certainly recognize that least painful doesn't mean not painful. All of our providers are doing critical work, providing critical services, and resources are necessary, but we are working on the implementation plans. If circumstances change, I will
The
certainly
circumstances
let them
have
and
changed.
your
The
test.
fiscal outlook is great, so
I think that I will certainly defer to OMB on the overall fiscal picture. I would say there are slightly fewer headwinds than there were, but there are still real challenges associated with the end of stimulus funding, the asylum crisis. It is not quite as challenging as it was, but it is still quite challenging. So, but again, I will defer to OMB on the overall fiscal picture.
have all the impacted contracts been amended, and is this change fully implemented across all the providers?
We are working with providers on contract amendments. The contract amendments that we have going on are we're largely done with the allowance amendments and budget changes. So, but at any given time, because we have so many changes going on, it's quite likely that we have some amendments going on. But this has been the PEG has been largely phased in.
Okay. At the preliminary budget hearing, testimony from HRA staff differed from what HRA leadership testified to regarding the benefits backlog. HRA indicated that the backlog was nearly eliminated and that mandatory overtime was no longer being heavily relied upon. Employees later testified that mandatory overtime was still happening often at some sites, and the HRA still had a backlog of between 18,000 to 21,000 applications as of March 7th. In addition to staff, the staff claimed that the technology changes HRA has made, such as those relating to the Angie system, severely hinder their ability to work efficiently because the system does not allow workers to double-check applications. It is prone to glitches and that the IT tickets are not quickly resolved. Staff members testified that due to the changes, they processed fewer applications per day than before Angie was implemented. Can you clarify why there was such a notable discrepancy in your testimony and the account of HRA staff at the hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to start and then I'm going to pass to Administrator French and First Deputy Barry. So let me start by saying we have functionally eliminated the backlog. The numbers that they were cited use a different definition of work in progress, but they are not overdue. We take the feedback from our staff very, very seriously. We have been doing a lot to listen to them and to make sure that we are taking them into account, including working on a Lean Six Sigma exercise led by the Chief Efficiency Officer of the city that involved frontline staff, but I'm going to pass the mic.
So the numbers that are displayed in the Angie system under the unfortunate heading in the Angie system of backlog, we're going to change that name there. That was designed before we actually had a backlog. So what those numbers in Angie represent, the 18,000 or so that the staff saw, those are real numbers. Those are the numbers of case actions that are ready to be taken. It doesn't mean that any of them are overdue. It just means that they're ready for a worker to process and move on to the next step. So those, we're gonna change the labeling in Angie so that it's clear those are not backlogged items, but rather the numbers of actions that are ready for staff to take and move on to the next step.
Why would that not be clear to the staff?
I'm sorry?
Why would that not be clear to staff? Why would they not understand the difference?
Oh, because our labeling in the system called it a backlog. It was designed, unfortunately, at a time when we did not have actual backlogs, and the way we're using that term has changed. But it is clear that it is all actions that are ready to be taken in the system. We're going to change the labeling to be a little bit more clear about that. It's just a one number flag in a ribbon in the system.
Yeah.
And in terms of glitches, absolutely, system is glitchy. As we roll out new systems, they do experience glitches. Our IT department is regularly goes through all of the tickets that they receive. They try to batch them into groups. We try to address the issues so that it is easier for staff to use the system so they don't experience the glitches. It's not a perfect system, but we have teams of people in our IT departments who are focused on improving those systems and making them easier for staff to use.
When was the Angie launched again?
2022, I believe, very recently.
That's not that recent, but I think it's been around long enough that at least that level of communication to the staff should have occurred. And I'll just mention, because I think it's my responsibility to do so, it's not a question, but there have been reports of staff at HRA who have complained of superiors being very aggressive and disrespectful with them because of the number of applications that are being processed. And I get that. Everything seems to be, a numbers game in the city, and it's the way that we report and keep track of efficiencies. But if those accusations are true, I would hope that somebody was looking into those accusations, because, I don't, think that that's something that obviously that we do not support here at the council.
Absolutely, Deputy Speaker, thank you. And, we want to make sure that we have constant feedback loops from our staff and we hear what's going on. I know as it relates to, leadership and management, we have been doing also refresher training on more soft skills as managers and how you, work with teams through challenging times. But we definitely want to, stay connected to our staff and to the unions to hear the feedback and work collectively to address everything. And in regards to overtime, we have ceased the use of mandatory overtime to the extent that we had been doing it. Primarily it's voluntary, but there are moments where we will call for mandatory overtime because we will see that there's a number of cases that have come that are due, and so we want to stay timely. We want to connect people to benefits as quickly as we can, and in those instances we will do mandatory overtime, but we are trying to keep it very, very focused and minimal and utilize voluntary as much as possible.
Is the staff given advance notice?
Mandatory overtime can be called on the same day.
Yeah, that's
We
kind
try to minimize that, and given where we are, as the commissioner said, functionally clearing the backlog, we try to make sure as much as we can to give advance notice, and again, primarily focus on voluntary. It's really in an exceptional circumstance right now where we would have to invoke mandatory overtime.
Do you have tracking mechanisms that allow you to see and predict that they're going to be, that you're going to have a backlog to prevent the spontaneous call of, mandatory overtime?
Yes, and we have teams who are constantly looking at, the number of cases that are coming up, what is the work volume. There can be instances, though, where something will happen. There will be an error that we have to fix that does require mandatory, but again, we try to minimize that as much as possible. But, during the height of the backlog, mandatory was called quite a bit. So, but we are trying to minimize that and project as much as we can.
I would hope so, because if, I have my day plan and you're telling me that now I have to rearrange and have somebody pick up my kids and have somebody, buy pizza because now I can't cook, I'm gonna be very upset the next day. So I hope that, people are given adequate time. I'll ask one more question because I have a million of them and I could be here for days, but regarding the time limit notices and the required documentation, since the legal aid settlement was reached, how many people have hit their shelter time limits, and how many of those then applied for an extension?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So, to reiterate, we are serving about 50% of the asylum seekers in the city, currently in the city's care. The overwhelming majority of those in the DHS system are families with children not currently receiving notices. So, I can follow up on the larger numbers with the Mayor's Office of Asylum Seeker Operations. We have, as I noted, served about 3,600 notices. Because the individuals go back to the larger asylum reticketing center, I can't right now give you an answer on what percentage have come back in, but we will certainly follow up with OASO and get back to you on a more complete answer.
All right, and I would also like to know how many people have been required to exit shelter due to the limits that have secured alternate housing, and how many exited DHS shelters and moved into a faith-based site, such as a mosque or a church, and how many people who were granted an extension were able to stay in the same shelter.
So for those who come back in, I'll start with the last question first. For those who go back to the reticketing center, apply for another placement, it could be anywhere throughout the asylum system. So it could be a DHS site, it could be a HERC, a NISM site, because DHS operates very much the minority of the single adult sites. We're a very small slice of that particular response. Just statistically speaking, I think it's unlikely that very many of them went back to the same shelter. We are not currently doing notices for families with children. More generally about where people go across the board, this is true for asylum seekers and non-asylum seekers. With adults, what we see is that there is, it's a fairly transitory population. People will come and go, they make their own arrangements for a little while, they may come back, and we don't require people to report to us where they are. They're not required to register with DHS on an ongoing basis. If we placed somebody in a permanent housing, particularly if it's a subsidized permanent housing that we're paying for, we do track that and we know where they are. But for people who make their own arrangements, that's not data that we track on a regular basis.
I'm going to tell you that I've been helping two migrant young men that came into the city in February, and with my experience and with my connections, have had a really hard time getting them from one point to the next point in order for them to successfully be able to not be dependent on any type of system. At this point, they're not in shelter, but because we were able to find them alternative housing. But something as simple as getting an identification card through ID NYC took weeks, right? Not because they didn't have the documentation, but rather because there weren't any appointments. going to see an immigration attorney, you have to wait a couple of weeks, and then they have to fill out papers, and then they have to send those to Federal Plaza, and then you have to wait another maybe 6 or 7 weeks in order to receive a response. Getting your working papers, if you haven't processed the documentation, it can take up to 5 months before you're able to do that. So my problem with the current limits on time is that they don't adequately provide folks. Had we started to triage folks from day one, then maybe we would have been here. That should have been the way to go. But to expect folks to in 30 days be able to successfully plan out what their next part of this journey is going to be is unrealistic, and that's that's why I find it a cruel policy, because I think that you're going to have some folks that are going to try to figure it out, because they have no other choice. But for the most part, you're recycling, families and individuals that are coming in and out and losing track of them because nobody's paying attention to where they're going, how they got there, did they have a successful, plan like that. That part of the case management component is not part of, right? Your job is to ensure that somebody has a roof over their head, not necessarily triage them in that way. And I think that that's the missing piece of this puzzle.
I would say that the city is investing very heavily in the case management and the legal services component, recognizing that this is a population with specialized needs. So through city legal services, there have been tens of thousands, and can certainly follow up with you on exact numbers, appointments for asylum, TPS, and work authorization. We're really seeing a lot of movement on that. H&H is contracting for specialized case management services, particularly targeted to this population. It will be an H&H held contract, but will also serve DHS sites as well. And I'm going to pass it to Administrator French to speak about IDNYC.
Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Speaker, in regards to IDNYC, since we were last here, we've actually expanded even further the number of appointments that are available every week. So every Friday afternoon, 7,100 appointments are now available for the following Monday through Friday. And we continue to look at ways in which we can maximize that. I believe I worked with your office specifically on those 2 cases.
Really good.
And, happy that we could work it out. One case, I believe, was really about mailing, and the cards are created in Massachusetts for a reason and then mailed. And then in the other instance, it did, take us a little bit to figure out what documentation the individual had, but I'm glad that we were able to address it and get the application in.
And I'm willing to give, I'll give up my desk if I need to at my district office, if that'll help find a temporary home for these pop-ups, because I think that they're, essential. But, the point being that there has to be a trajectory, right, from point of entry to point of exit, and there are certain things that a person needs, just basic, essentials. You need an identification card. So how do we get them processed as quickly as possible? Like, is there a different process that we should be putting in? It's a lot. I get it. I really want to, thank you for the work that you have done, because I know that it's been very difficult. But I think that in moving forward, if you really, are honest about the intent to successfully get folks out of shelter, especially, asylum seekers, to get them onto the next, part of their journey, that we need to be able to follow that. And with that, I just wanted to ask on the right to counsel, because obviously this is something that's really important to the body. Can you tell us how many eligible tenants facing eviction have had cases proceed without representation in court due to the limited availability of the right to counsel program?
Thank you. I agree. It's a really important program. I want to, before I answer that, take a step back a little bit and talk about where we are with the program. As you know, we are midstream on doing new contracts for FY25. Because we are negotiating contracts, I have to keep my remarks a little bit high level, but I think there's some good information that I can provide. We got really terrific proposals in from a range of legal service providers proposing quite a comprehensive breadth of work that were included in those submissions, so that is terrific. We are also making some changes to our operations to right to counsel from the DSS side, so that we think that we can make it work even better than it has been in the past. I think sort of key there is the bifurcation of the RFPs for what we call brief advice and right to count and the full representation, so that make sure that when we are paying for full representation, that's what we're getting, and it's not getting substituted with the brief advice. We're really thinking about performance standards and how we implement performance standards with the providers, and then making some changes on our own internal operations so that we making sure that we are steering people to whatever service that they need to remain stably in their homes. That includes legal services, but there's other tools that we have at our disposal, so we want to make sure we're being strategic there. All of that being said, your specific question's a little bit challenging to answer. Not everybody who comes through housing court actually screens for right to counsel eligibility. Some people are coming in with their own attorney. Some people are just frankly distrustful of government and aren't going to interact with us. Some people come to court after the point of default so that they've sort of missed that window, unfortunately. Some people are over income. And then last year we know that there were some people who didn't get screened because there weren't sufficient attorneys on site.
Did you track how many?
So because we can't distinguish between all of these different reasons why somebody might not have been screened, I can't tell you how they break out across those different categories. But we do believe this is a really important program, that it is vital that it serves clients, and so we are continuing to think about how we operate this and make sure that we are getting legal services to as many people as possible.
That's not an answer, because I think if you have 100 people that come in and we're only able to connect 40 to an attorney, then that leaves 60 that we're not. So I get it that person may not even have needed an attorney, but I'm just trying to kind of get an idea of how many people are coming in. And I was actually at a housing court a couple of months ago, and I was able to see, actually it was about maybe 8 months ago, there was a young lady out in the hallway trying to get people in to the program, letting them know that the program existed and trying to get them connected. So of those people that are coming in there, is there a specific requirement that they keep track of how many? Because my office, I know who came in.
Right.
And for
what? What I can tell you is that about 50% of people who came through, last year, about 50% of people who came through housing court was represented by a right to counsel attorney. But what is that other 50% is made up of a slew of different reasons. It is that is not 50% of people that we were unable to serve. So I want to be very clear about that. In Brooklyn, we have been piloting some enhanced overlay between sort of traditional HRA services and the right to counsel. So I think that may be what you're referring to, and it's a program that we're excited about and looking to strengthen as well.
Okay, yeah, that's a better response. I mean, I'm hoping obviously that we can get to a point where we're, getting everyone that needs an attorney, because obviously with the housing scarcity and, the limited options these days, it's imperative that we try to keep as many folks' houses, as we can. So I appreciate all efforts geared towards making that a reality. Thank you.
Okay, we've also been joined by council members Williams and Hudson. I just have one quick follow-up before I get to my colleagues. Something we had discussed earlier that we were hearing from providers at the issue on the workforce enhancement. It's not about it being allocated to provider contracts, but that the additional funding needs to be approved in each provider contract before they can start paying the staff the increases. So there are delays due to all levels of review that are needed for budget modifications, and all providers have not received and paid out the funding. So do you know, or can you tell me what percentage of providers have received all of their workforce enhancement funding?
We have done the vast majority of the contract amendments, and I can get back to you with more specific numbers.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, we've got questions first from council members Brewer, followed by Stevens and Caban.
Thank you very much. First of all, I do want to thank, as I always do, Marsha Horn, Marika Scott Faden, and certainly Administrative Carter, you, Commissioner, and Mr. French, because you're always very responsive. I don't always agree with you, but I appreciate the responsiveness. And also the consent forms, maybe you need them, but they cause delays. We always hear about another form that I'm not going to discuss right now. but the consent forms do cause delays, and I want to know how we can address that. That's question number one. Number two, I think that the FAPS vouchers, we all know, is really a way that people do get housing, and it's very helpful. So want to know, has the time gone up or down in terms of how long it takes to process? And I know with Councilmember Ayala, she asked about the vacancies, but I would not know if we have a specific number of vacancies in that division that would or not cause delays. I want to know what that is. Number two, my main question is main chance. And you've said we're still open for negotiation, 3.7 million. It's not in the exec. So I really want to keep main chance. If you're talking about keeping people off the street, put some damn beds in there if you need to. I know it's going to take 2 years to become a safe haven. That's what I was told. But in the interim, those folks will be on the street. So I just want to put that on the table. I want to keep it. I know you'll say that there's another place they can go, Olivieri, something on 9th Avenue, but it already exists, and the owner's happy to keep it. So I want to know about main chance. I also want to know about, on these contracts, do we still have contracts with Doc Go, or that's not you, and that's just H&H? And then on the SNAP, to your credit, I understand there's many, many fewer backlogs, but how many got denied, either for SNAP or cash assistance? And then just finally, this whole issue of finding places. When people get discharged, we've been talking about from upstate, meaning from prison. I've always said, why can't they go to the Fortunes or similar? Are we still working to do that so that they don't end up in the DHS system? And what are we doing to make sure that happens? And then, as you know, people will not go unless there's a single room. They are fussing on the street. If it's not a single room, they don't want to go to shelter. So my question is, what are we doing about that? Even when we're building some of these new shelters on 59th Street, which, I don't approve of, I want permanent housing instead. What are we doing to make sure that obviously the Safe Haven low barrier works? Safe Haven on 83rd Street, fabulous, fabulous. Supported it from day one. But you don't have enough. So the question is, how are you making more single rooms so that people would go there? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. That was a lot. I was taking good notes, but you'll let me know if I missed anything.
Yeah.
Let me start, and then I will let my colleagues chime in. With respect to City FEP's both vacancy rates and time to process, I'm going to say right now my answers are going to be unsatisfactory. We are in the process of building out our end-to-end City FEP's processing system. Until we have that fully built and fully rolled out, which should be within the next year and change, I can't track with confidence the processing time. What we've been doing is pulling samples on looking at various cohorts of vouchers. What we are seeing is a fairly consistent 3 to 4 week process. Again, recognizing that there are variations there and exceptions, and we do need to troubleshoot on those exceptions. Staffing, we have about 200 people who are full-time, actual, focused on City FEPs, and there are vacancies outside, in addition to those 200 people, but really, as I mentioned to the Deputy Speaker, because this is a program that touches so many different parts of the agency, right, includes provider staff, it includes the DHS rehousing team, it includes the people reviewing packages, it includes fiscal, the whole thing. I don't necessarily feel like those are my most representative numbers, but we are very focused on making sure that we are moving people out of shelter as quickly as possible. And I think, what you can see in our numbers is that we have been doing that, right? We've had a 20% increase in the number of people moving out of shelter with City FEPs for the first half of this fiscal year relative to last fiscal year. So we're really focused on that. I'm going to leave main chance for a minute. We will come back to that. DSS is not using DocGo for any of our asylum operations.
Okay.
I'm going to, again, come back to denials. I'm doing the shorter ones first. Prison discharges, this is something that we are very focused on. I think 2 weeks ago we had a ribbon cutting on a really beautiful new site in collaboration with Osborne. That will specifically serve men over 50 who are coming out.
How many?
140.
Okay, so you have 2,500 coming out every year.
So we work very closely with docs on discharge planning, on making sure that there is collaboration. I think it is a real issue, and it is the relationship building and the retail problem solving that is what we are doing. But absolutely, we agree that Fortune Society, Osborne, and others are really critical partners.
So what else are we doing, though, to help that process? In other words, finding buildings, et cetera.
And I think finding buildings is always an issue, right?
But I had some buildings that I could have been permanent, but you wanted them to be shelters.
I keep coming back to the 1.4% vacancy rate. It's why we, as a agency, are investing in the Affordable Housing Services Program, right, where social service contracts can be now used for permanent housing. And I actually think we have
Okay, one on
coming up
74th
in-
Street, we'd be glad to have permanent housing for this population on 74th Street, 160 West 74th.
Happy
be
to
particular.
follow up. We have one in your district with Fortune Society that is permanent housing.
very
for this
supportive, as you
population.
know.
Great. And then with respect to single rooms and shelters, I really do think this is not a one-size-fits-all situation. Yes, there are some individuals for whom a single room is a really important part of stabilization, and they might have a reasonable accommodation, medical needs, other reasons, and that is an important piece of our response. In other cases, people who, for example, are actively using, we want to make sure that there's an opportunity to have eyes on people so that we can be reversing overdoses, something that we've been doing, unfortunately, very successfully. I'm unfortunate in that I'm sorry it's necessary to do it quite so much, but it is a really important part of the work that we do. The other trade-off that we have to think about when we're citing shelters is that when we do single rooms, we're going to need a lot more shelters, right? And I talked to
But you
all
get
of-
more people off the street, Commissioner, if you
Right.
did it. So that's the trade-off.
There are a lot of trade-offs. It's very complex, but certainly single rooms, double rooms are an important part of our response, particularly to street homelessness. I'm going to start the denials conversation, pass over to Administrator French, and then we'll pass it to Administrator Carter for main chance. So with respect to denials, I think across the board, we are generally seeing about 40% of applications are accepted. He will clarify that number if I've got it wrong.
So 60% are denied?
Something that, one of the things that we see, it's true here and it's true in many other instances that I've seen in my career, when applications for benefits are put online and we really lower the barrier to application, people are more likely to start the application process earlier on in their own personal journey. They may not have assembled all the documentation. They may not have thought through as carefully whether or not they were eligible. So when we made you go into a center, when it was like, find childcare for your kids and get on the train and do this, right? People waited until they were pretty far along before they did it. Now that you can do it in your couch from your living room, people are starting earlier, and it's just, and so they're less likely to actually complete the process, and therefore we reject. But Administrator French?
Thank you, Commissioner. The Commissioner is correct. A lot of the volume that we're seeing is, I think, because we have been able to institute ways in which people can more easily access benefits and apply for benefits. That doesn't necessarily mean that people are actually eligible for benefits, right? The federal and state eligibility requirements are very specific, and so I think some of what we're seeing is people applying and then either through the process realizing this might not be something that I want to continue with or will work out. I think, and for other folks, it's that they are just not eligible for the benefits because the requirements themselves are so specific. We will get back to you on specific
You could get some
denial rates.
breakdown. Yes,
Absolutely.
when you say 40% accepted, 60% denials, it doesn't sound good. And when you talk about something more specific, it might be better.
Yeah, though I will say, even with that, take, for example, cash assistance, we have 535,000 individuals on cash assistance, which is one of the highest numbers ever. So, more people are getting connected to benefits, but also more people are applying, so the numbers, I think.
I hear about people on the denial with the food stamps or SNAP more than cash assistance, just so you know.
Okay, so we'll get back to you with more specifics.
Okay.
I would say both cash and SNAP caseloads are up since I was here, we were
Yeah, but
here
you-
even just for the preliminary hearing, cash in particular is up about 25,000
Not surprising,
recipients. Yeah,
given the economy and the cost of living in New York City.
right. Administrator Carter, can you speak to Main Chance?
Thank you, and Councilmember Brewer. First, I want to thank you for your support and, really being someone we can really count on for those who are experiencing homelessness. But Main Chance, so we've talked a lot about what our new process has been for those experiencing homelessness, and really want to make sure that there's a throughput, right? So coming in, drop-in center to really connecting with those who are working, so have that connection to go to safe haven to permanency. And we really have found that that model does work. And so we have been talking with our providers around doing that. So Main Chance does not have that. But our work has been to work with the provider to make sure that those clients who utilize that site know where the dropping centers are, right? So there will be the one that's in the west, one in 14th Street, and the other one that's in Manhattan that's open now. So we are working with the providers so that the clients who come to them, we are going to put up the signs now. It is May at June 30, because this is, we are moving towards the end of the fiscal year. We've been talking with the provider around that. We understand their frustrations, right? But we want to make sure that the close down is seamless. And as they move into the next fiscal year and what's going to happen with them, I don't know at this point. But we do want to make sure that the clients that utilize that site are aware, so that we don't have, and I can tell you that those who are over there will have our outreach staff in that area to make sure that people know where they need to go. So we'll be working with the provider to make sure that the clients know where they need
I don't
to
agree
go.
with it. You also
I
know that
understand.
the folks at all the businesses in the area don't agree with, the bid doesn't agree with. You tell me another site that has a business improvement development that funds probably thousands, if not millions of dollars for a site like that. They give all the extras. Nobody else has that. Who has a bid that gives that kind of backing? So I just think you're making a huge mistake. I want to keep fighting it till the end, and I want it to continue. They also send people to other overnight faith, and if you're opening more faith, don't get me started about this sprinkler junk that you're talking about, not you, the fire department. They do that. So I'll stop because I know my time is up, but Main Chance should not close. Thank you.
All right, we have Stevens followed by Caban and Carr.
Good morning or afternoon. I don't even know what time it is at this point. It's still morning. I still got a couple of minutes. I have a couple of questions. So I'll start out with City FAPS. I got a call from one of my former participants that I worked with a number of years ago, and they had got the City FAPS voucher. They were super excited about it. But there was a couple of things. By the time they got called, it was already like 2 weeks after the date that I guess it was issued. And then they were told that they only had 4 months to find an apartment, or they had to start the process all over again. And so I just need to get some clarity around like what this process looks like in a timeline, and what supports are given to folks who do get City FAP vouchers, because the other thing was she said that she got a list of realtors and folks, but all the numbers were disconnected, or it was like some type of scam. So just trying to also think about like what supports are they also given when they are told that they only have 4 months to use this voucher before they would have to start the process again. And then following up on ID NYC, I would like to also offer up my office as a pop-up place to do an event. We've partnered on a number of things, but this is something that I know that is needed and it is important. But also just had a question on how many NYCD centers are across the city, and do you plan to open new ones? And what is the current wait time for an appointment? And I know you have a number of staff, but like, do you believe that you need more staff? And then I had one more question that was given to me by my colleague, Linda Lee, and I'm specifying that because this is a very specific question, but her question is, HRA and MOM was informed that Asian New Yorkers who qualify for food stamps disenrolled at 8 times the rate of those Asians with citizenship. And obviously, I'm sure this is happening in other communities, but she wanted to highlight the Asian community. Can you discuss HRA's effort to re-enroll those who disenrolled to get back into the system? Because we know, like, through a lot of rhetoric, people were nervous about their citizenship and they started to disenroll. So how are we trying to engage them to re-enroll into these programs? Because we're seeing an uptick at a lot of food pantries, and some of this is because people didn't follow up because they were nervous about their benefits. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I I'm going to start, and my colleagues will jump in. So City FEP shopping letters are good for 180 days. At the 180-day mark, if you are still eligible, it will automatically renew if you're in shelter. If you are in community, you do need to go back to home base to get the renewal there, but it absolutely can renew.
What does that process look like then? Like, it just automatically, you just have to go and say, hey, I need to renew? What does that look like?
Right.
Is that,
Yeah, you and Scott jump in, but yes, you go to home base, and if your eligibility still stands, right? So you still meet you're still on cash assistance, right? You meet that eligibility, right? It is absolutely possible to renew that. With respect to the
and so I don't know if he's going to jump in with more detail, because what does that process look like? To just say you renew that, like, I didn't get an answer on what that looks like.
So when the existing shopping letter, right, expires, as it says, the days that the commissioner talked about, the person who is assigned to a home-based office, you would go to the home-based office, they would confirm that your eligibility information remains the same, and your letter then gets extended. There was obviously mismessaging to the individual to say that they had to use this within 4 months, and that's something I'll bring back, because that's not what should be communicated to individuals. There's not a time limit on when you can use it. It's just periodically we do need to confirm that you still remain eligible for the program. So, but this is a helpful case that we can bring back and speak to our providers around to make sure that they're messaging it correctly to individuals.
Yeah, they
and not
definitely
get
told them
that-
they would have to start the whole entire process over.
Right. I am going to correct myself. It's 120 days, not 180 days, so apologies there. One of the things that we have actually, though, recently put into place is that if you are actually midstream through the process, right, your housing package is in at the 120-day mark, we're not going to expire. We don't want anybody to lose the unit that they've already identified.
But what happens, because like even one of the things she said was that by the time they outreach to her, it was already like 2 or 3 weeks in, and so she had already lost time. How do you account for that?
I think we need to dig in on the specific set of circumstances, which we're happy to do offline. What should happen in the shelter system is
She wasn't in the shelter.
Okay.
She had left.
So it's certainly a little bit more complicated when you don't have the on-the-ground staff of the housing specialists that's in the shelter. Again, as Administrator French said, it seems like this is a situation that we need to dig in and make sure that the home-based office was handling it appropriately. Let me address the SNAP piece of it, and then we'll circle back on IDNYC, because there were a few more questions there. I think one of the things that I would really point to.
So wait, are we done with the FAPS? Because I feel like there was not enough.
All right, sorry. I didn't address the support piece of it. I apologize.
And I also don't feel like you should address the other piece, because if we're trying to get people out of shelter and keep people in their homes and all these things, like, I'm not really feeling like it's addressing the issue. Because even if at 120 days, like, how do we address the fact that a lot of folks are not getting it at the start? And so, like, she got called 3 weeks in. What does that look like? What does that process look like? So I don't feel like that question was answered at all.
So that is not standard operating procedure. So we need to dig in on the specifics of the case.
I don't think it's just the specific case. I think this might be something we should be digging in across the board.
So, I mean, one of the things that we do frequently is that when people identify situations that when we look at given cases, that we use those to reverse engineer and identify places where we need to make changes to our process. Because I haven't dug in on the specifics here, it would be premature for me to say whether or not this is one of those cases.
So people are not getting the vouchers getting responses 3 weeks in and having a later date, then that's not something that's happening regularly.
It's not something that I've heard of systemically. That doesn't mean that it isn't a problem that we don't need to dig into.
I see providers out there, faces looking at me like, but.
Okay.
So we should probably look into it.
Right. Happy to look into it. With respect to the supports, again, it's a slightly different answer for those in shelter versus in the community. I think in shelter, there's a housing specialist whose job it is to work with that individual to make sure that they are finding access to housing, that they know how to apply for the HPD lottery, that they are getting access to the homeless set-asides, completing all of those different pieces of the process. the home base office can provide some level of that same support, but there it is, because somebody is not in a residential program, there is a little bit less support. From what I'm hearing you say, it sounds like whether
They were
it's
literally
specific
given
to
a
this-
list of
Right.
providers, and when real estate agents and things like that, and they said either it was disconnected or it was a scam.
Okay, so that sounds like another place where we need to do some follow-up, and I'd say whether it is a specific home-based office or something that we need to look at more holistically with home-based, that's certainly something that we can follow up on.
Okay.
With respect to SNAP enrollment, the particular demographic piece of it is not an element that I'm familiar with, although I do know that certainly during the Trump administration in particular, that there were a number of immigrant communities that were rejecting federal benefits to which they were entitled because of fear that it would affect their long-term immigration status. One of the initiatives that we have going right now that I'm excited about, that I think will allow us to address this issue and other similar, is our funding for the what we call NYC benefits. It's 30 plus CBOs that we are funding to a tune of about $10 million a year to provide really situational specific outreach support. Each of those contracts is a little bit different. They are relatively small contracts that are designed to meet the needs of specific communities, with the idea that local community-based organizations are better equipped than we are to address the concerns and do the specific outreach that's needed for given communities. So I'll need to look and can certainly follow up about whether or not there's one that is specifically related to SNAP and Asian Americans. But I think in general, relying on not-for-profit partners who have that community, who have the trust of community members, is something that we are trying to lean on for that kind of outreach. Good on that one?
Not really, but I'm gonna let it go. I'll let Linda follow up.
Okay. IDNYC, happy to collaborate on a pop-up. And, staff is something that we are always looking at. As I say, through all of our hiring, we have been really prioritizing frontline staff, including but not limited to IDNYC. We have, as Administrator French noted, we have added a number of appointments. So there's 7,100 appointments being released every week. What we are seeing, it varies a little bit week to week, but generally there are still appointments left Monday, whether it's a couple of dozen or a couple of hundred varies. But
what's the average wait time for an appointment? Like how long people are waiting for, with their appointments?
So 7,100 appointments are released Friday for the following Monday to Friday. So for people who make an appointment, they choose the time, and that is the time.
During that week, so it's
For the
usually
following week.
For the
yeah.
following week.
For the following week. So yeah, we shifted to that when we shifted to appointment only. And we always look to see how we can add more appointments. Currently, there's 10 IDNYC standalone sites plus one group that is focused on the DOE. Based upon the last time we were here, though, as well, we are actively looking at identifying another site in the Bronx that will be a standalone site, so that we don't have to focus, too much on pop-ups, because we like to move the pop-ups around where they'd like to be. But we'll definitely follow up with you about the pop-up idea, and once I have more specific information about any additional sites, we will let you all know.
Yeah, because between me and Deputy Speaker Ayala, that's already 3, because she has one in Manhattan, one in the Bronx. I have an office in the Bronx. I can definitely reach out to Assembly members. They'll be happy to pop up, because this is something that we see, and a lot of people who need these appointments. And thank you for answering questions, but I have a lot of follow-up with the City FEP, so I'll talk with you guys offline, because I have a lot of concerns that this program is expanded, and it doesn't seem like we are in the weeds of keeping people either from ending up in a shelter, and even saying that folks who are in shelter are kind of getting a little bit more support, obviously, but if you're not in shelter, how are you, where's their housing specialist? How are we supporting them? What does that look like? And I don't feel like that was kind of answered in some of the questions, but I will follow up offline. Thank you.
Okay, we have Caban, followed by Carr and Riley.
Thank you. I just a really quick shout out to the Movement for Justice UAW members who are in chamber, solidarity with y'all. And I'm going to do it Gail Brewer style and just shoot a bunch of questions at you. And I want to start with the RISE program. I want to know if HRA has been negotiating with OMB to restore the RISE program, if you're aware that peg will result in a loss of jobs at the gay men's health crisis. And one thing that I want to put in context there is that obviously the community that GMHC serves is a community that has a mistrust in government and healthcare related service delivery based on their lived experiences. And so have you identified, especially in light of these pegs, what programs can provide the specialized services to community that GMHC serves? Because I think that obviously they do that particularly well. I also want to move into questions around the Housing Stability Microgrants fund. I know that it's baselined at $1.2 million. We said last budget cycle that was woefully underfunded. The folks that are delivering those services in the domestic violence space have also said that it is woefully underfunded. And so I want to, if you can confirm that baseline for the program remains at 1.2, I know that the council wants $6 million, so do advocates. Do you anticipate making increases to that budget? How many microgrants were awarded in fiscal year 2023? How many were awarded so far in fiscal 2024? How many do you anticipate rewarding? How much has been spent so far in fiscal year 2024 for the program? And then just that, given that NGBV pilot demonstrated the need far exceeds this level of funding, do you feel that that's sufficient to meet the demand? I mean, you've talked a lot about prioritizing getting survivors out of the shelter system. We know that the vast majority of folks in family shelters are survivors. These microgrant funds could keep people from entering that shelter system in the first place, diverting them before they get there. So those are the questions I have on that. And then I wanted to follow up on a question from Chair Brannan from earlier. He had asked some questions about invoicing, and Commissioner, you recommended sending those invoices in real time. But what I pose is that you can't do that if your contract isn't registered on time. And so when y'all register late, which happens quite often, in fact, these organizations, they're stuck with a backlog of invoices that they're waiting to submit upon registration. And so the agency does in fact limit, then at that point, the agency does in fact limit the number of invoices you can submit at once, further delaying that payment. And so, how are these organizations supposed to invoice in real time when the registration is being delayed? Like what's the answer there? So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councilmember. I will go in reverse order. Contract registration, absolutely, it's a critical piece of the puzzle. One of the things that we see is, payment issues sometimes mean registrations, sometimes it's about the review of subcontractors, sometimes it's about invoice review. There's a variety of things that issues that can and challenges that can translate out into providers not getting paid. Every single one of those is a problem. We are really focused on our contract registration. I think we are, although there's some amendments for FY24 that are still outstanding, we're essentially done with the base contract registration for FY24. Obviously, we're close to the end of the year, and we're really pushing forward for FY25. The way the system works, we actually cannot submit FY25 contracts for registration until mid-May, so we're trying to stack them up so that we can then submit to the controller as much as possible. So, again, it's something that we're really focused on, agree that it is critical that we
Do you have a percentage? Like what percentage of them are being registered late?
I think I don't have a specific percentage. We're in the 20 or 30% potentially, but late can mean a couple of weeks. Late doesn't necessarily mean months, but it is certainly something that we are very focused on. With respect to the microgrants, that is an NGBV program. We are their financial conduit, but I'm really going to have to defer to them on the specifics of the program because we don't administer any of that. And Administrator French, can you speak to?
Sure. Thank you.
If I could just interject very, very quickly. I mean, the reason why we pose it to y'all is because NGBV isn't an agency, and so we don't have an opportunity to question them. And so at last year's executive budget hearings and preliminary budget hearings, we got the information about the program from y'all.
I'm absolutely going to have to follow up with my colleagues about with NGBV on that. I simply can't speak would be misrepresenting if I did try and speak to the details of the program because they administer it. We are happy to play a role in coordinating the sending over that information to your office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Council Member. So the RISE program at GMHC, I think when we were here at the prelim as well, and it still hands true, based upon the budget of HRA, much of it is very fixed. So in meeting the targets we needed, we had some very difficult decisions, and we had to make those decisions. The RISE program was one of them. And at this point, one of the reasons behind that is that participation in employment services for our HACA clients is voluntary. That's not a commentary on the benefits of the program, but looking at the spaces in which we had some choices to make, that led us to unfortunately have to, peg that program. And at the moment, we are not reinstituting it, but
I mean, I'll just say in terms of priorities, saying that the majority Black and brown, low-income New Yorkers living with HIV who need these services should absolutely be a priority, especially when the money is there. When you look at, again, the bloated police budget, the overtime, all of these different things. I mean, it's hard to send a message to New Yorkers that these folks don't deserve the funding that they've been getting year over year.
so
Just building off of what Administrator French was saying, more than 80% of DSS's tax levy budget is pass-throughs of entitlements, and if you include city FEPs in that, which is not actually legally required, but I think we all agree is really critically important. We're talking, I think, above 90% of our budget is pass-throughs of direct cash assistance in various forms to clients. So our ability to take PEGs, even that leaves us with no easy choices. Absolutely hear you on the value of those particular services, but in a situation where we as a city had to make really tough budget decisions, DSS's options.
So I'm over time, so I just want to end with this last question so you agree then that HRA needs more staff and more money to deliver the services that New Yorkers deserve?
I think we recognize that the services that we provide across the board are serving low-income New Yorkers, but in a time of very challenging budget decisions, DSS, like every other agency, has to make tough decisions.
All right, I know that you can't, say something that is contrary to what the mayor has done in terms of his pegs and cuts and cuts and cuts, but I don't know, maybe if you think that you need more funding, blink twice or something. This is just, none of these answers make sense.
I saw blink.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Carr, followed by Riley and Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, always good to see you. I want to associate myself with the comments of my colleague in support of the RISE program and the work it does with GMHC, although I might suggest alternative agencies for efficiencies than the NYPD. And perhaps we'll focus on one of them right now, which is the asylum seeker migrant crisis piece of your budget. It's increasing since January, I think about $18.9 million on your end. And that's in spite of attempts by the administration to drive down costs through re-estimating expenses, as well as the renegotiation of the Callahan consent decree as it pertains to this population. So I'm just wondering if you can explain to me why we're talking about more monies for this, and in particular, I think $4 billion and $3 billion apiece for fiscal years and the out years. If you can explain to me why we're seeing increases rather than decreases.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe, and Mike will verify the numbers, that for the current fiscal year that what we've seen is reductions in projected spending for asylum seekers. Funding has been added to the out years. I think this is a recognition of the fact that we are at the mercy of federal border policy, and that we can expect this to be a challenge that we are dealing with in one form or another unfortunately, for the relatively long term. It has been a really challenging and unprecedented couple of years managing through the asylum seeker crisis. Our budget has gone up, down, and sideways with respect to how much is in the budget for asylum seekers. That is a reflection of changing projections on the census, reallocation of responsibilities between different agencies. So for example, we took over a couple of sites from H&H. Funds were shifted out of their budget into our budget. That's not a new census, it's a who's operating. There's been changes in the state funds that are allocated for asylum operation and where those have been parked. So originally that was all parked in our budget, even though we are obviously not the entirety of the response. So I think the one thing that is very safe to say is that there will be more reprojections, and it's probably too early to make too much out of the out year numbers.
So what I'd say is that, you have, I think, 5 shelters operating on an emergency contract basis in my district at this point. And 3 of them, right, located in one site, are basically 25% of the population of the census tract before they were there. So you've exponentially increased the population of the area, and there's very little to serve the community that was already there, let alone the addition. And so folks in my district are wondering when this is going to end. You talk about the changes for the consent decree, 30 days for folks to stay. You have the ability now, I think, to turn away folks who are coming back to the shelter. So when are we going to see some light at the end of the tunnel where you're going to wind down some of these operations? Because I understand you don't control the border, but your policy about how attractive New York is vis-a-vis other cities once folks do cross that border is very much in your control.
And yeah, thank you, council member. So we are working to make sure that we are meeting legal and moral mandates, that we are not putting families with children in particular out on the street. So the consent decree changes, which were some very targeted exceptions to policy, pertain particularly to adults, single adults and adult families. Families with children are not affected by that particular legal agreement. I think it is in all of our interests to think about how we can integrate the new New Yorkers more fully into the fabric of the city and into the state and country as a whole. I mentioned earlier that we are working with H&H to roll out new case management services to make sure that we are connecting people with the services that they need so that they can move on. The goal is not shelter for the long term. So whether it's legal services, case management services, we're really trying to focus on making sure that people have access to that. And certainly if there's, as we have in the past, but we're happy to continue to do so, if there's particular issues around the sites in your district, we're happy to follow up.
And just in closing, if you can get to me the contracts for those 5 shelters in terms of the costs, when they're set to expire or be potentially renewed, and other details relating to that in terms of and the current populations of the shelter, I'd love to get that information. Thank you.
We'll follow up.
Councilmember Riley on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Brandon. Thank you, Chair Ayala. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank the administration for your testimony. Just have a few questions here. So my first question is, ACS partners with community-based organizations in 3 neighborhoods to provide the FEC, which is the Family Enrichment Centers, which are warm, home-like spaces that provide a range of offerings for and with the community. Understanding Family Enrichment Centers have the capacity to help families and young people in and outside of ACS to connect them to resources in their community. So my question is, how were these 3 locations chosen, and what research and funding have been allocated to expanding these centers throughout New York City?
Councilmember, I believe these are ACS programs, so I'm going to have to defer to my colleagues there.
Thank you. Subway safety, just going to go to subway safety. Subway safety is a critical issue, and our current safety plan includes involuntary transfer for people in the subway system. Tools like the HRA's Top 50 is a metric used to coordinate case management, healthcare partners, outreach programs, and other tools for people to revive care So, what improvements have been made to model based on the fact that Jordan Neely was on this list? Jordan was a young black man killed last year on the subway, asking for food and resources. Being unhoused should not be a death sentence. What changes have been made to bolster HRA subway resources to ensure crisis management systems are connected coherently?
Thank you, Councilmember. So we absolutely agree that it is critical that we are meeting the needs of very vulnerable individuals. We are working very closely with our healthcare agency partners to make sure that we are assessing the needs of individuals on really a case-by-case basis. I think as you mentioned, the top 50 list, this brings together the tools of not only DHS, but DOHMH, H&H, very often the State Office of Mental Health. We do provide wraparound services in every single shelter that we operate. We have mental health shelters that are designed to serve some of the needs of individuals experiencing behavioral health. But at the end of the day, because we are not a healthcare agency, these partnerships are really critical. So we are focused on making sure that we are connecting people to ACT and IMT teams, other mobile health treatment, that we are filling out the applications for supportive housing so that we can connect people to permanent housing, and generally meeting people where they are. It is never a requirement to participate in healthcare, to take medication, to be in a DHS shelter, because we want to make sure that we are encouraging as many people as possible to come indoors. This work that we are doing specifically focused on those with significant behavioral health needs is really a component of our overall outreach on those who are unsheltered, including significant increases in outreach workers, investment in stabilization and safe haven beds, and really, again, I'm going to just emphasize the partnership with sister agencies. Administrator Carter, anything you want to add?
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Council Member. I think the collaborative effort that we're making with our partnership is really important. And we do understand that those who are experiencing homelessness are certainly those who have fallen through the cracks of society, and so collaborating with healthcare teams and mental health teams and putting support around those individuals is important and crucial, and that's the work we've been doing and continue to do with all of our partners.
For the sake of time, I just want to touch base offline to see how you guys are doing outreach on the subway system. Taking a ride from the Northeast Bronx all the way down to City Hall, I do run into a lot of people, and mostly young people who are on the subway system sleeping in the morning. So I don't know how this outreach is taking place and how you guys are partnering with your sister agencies, but just would like to thoroughly go through that process to see if there's any loopholes to see how we could address that issue specifically. I'm sorry,
I was just going to say happy to do that.
All right, thank you. And just want to follow up with Councilmember Stevens, IDNYC. I also would love to partnership with you guys to use my office as a space to do this. I wanted to know currently right now, how many locations do you have in New York City, if there are any, that are open for people to come make appointments or come and do this process of getting the ID?
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. We currently have 10 standalone offices. We also have one team that focuses on the DOE, and then do pop-ups with elected officials and others through other means. And then we are actively looking to open one additional site in the Bronx. And when we have that information, we will let you all know. But currently it's 10, and we're looking to expand to 11 while still using our teams in the mobile command center to do pop-ups in specific communities, as well as communities that maybe are a little more out in the boroughs that could use that focus.
Thank you. And just two more questions. The website for IDNYC often times out or will not populate appointments. Is this an issue where the administration needs to further invest in technology? And is there anything fiscally prohibiting the administration from creating a direct NDNYC hotline in addition to the current 311 question redirects? And what does the staffing for this looks like?
As it relates to the IDNYC website, I have not heard that issue with the website, but I will go back to our IT teams and ask them to do some looking and testing of it to determine if there's anything specific that's going on that's causing it to time out in that manner. And then as it relates to the hotline, currently we really are using, 311 is the best way for individuals who don't have access to a computer to make an appointment at this moment. And so, that is what we're currently using, and we do not have plans at the moment for a hotline.
Thank you, Chairs.
I just wanted to clarify, so you mentioned that there may be a potential 11th IDNYC office opening. Do you know which borough?
The Bronx.
In the Bronx? Okay.
Yes, we were looking when we were here last, and we continue
Yes.
to look. I hope to have some good news for you soon.
Okay. You were shocked that there was just one? Yes, okay. Thank you.
We've got Councilmember Lewis, followed by Wrestler.
Thank you, chairs, and good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I have two quick questions, one on the Office of Crime Victim Services and the other on the Haitian Relief Initiative. I'll start with the Haitian Relief Initiative. The executive plan includes an additional $1.7 million in fiscal '24 for the Haitian Relief Initiative, and I just wanted to know if you all could just quickly share, is the funding for a particular provider, or are the direct services being provided by the agency? What services are being provided, and how are you all tracking the success of the program? I know this was all started under the de Blasio administration, and the Adams administration then adopted the program, which we truly appreciate, but we would love some updates on that. And the second question is regarding to OCVS and its transition. So 17.7 million is being provided in the executive budget under FY25, 23.6 and FY26 to move OCVS to GBV. So I wanted to know if you could provide some more information about the transition of the office being sent over. We just wanted to know if more information could be provided about the funding. Will additional funding still remain in MOCJ? Is everything being sent over at one time?
Yeah, so for both of these initiatives, DSS is primarily the fiscal conduit, and we would have to get back to you with responses from on the Haitian American initiative as part of Action NYC, which is managed by Moya. And we'll have to get back to you after we touch base with our colleagues at Moya for more specifics on that.
Okay.
On the transition to NGBV of the
OCVS to NGBV.
OCV, yeah. I'm a little bit more familiar with that. Not everything is being transferred over. Many of the MOCJ initiatives were being distributed out to the appropriate agencies to run those programs. Quite a number of those contracts fit more squarely with the work that NGBV was doing with victims. And so that transition has been happening over a couple of months to make sure that it goes as smoothly as possible, transferring the contracts and finances to the DSS portfolio for NGBV to manage.
How much is remaining at MOCJ?
We'd have to get back to you on that.
How much is being transferred over?
Yeah, again, we'd have to get back to you.
Why don't you have that information today?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, I had to step out briefly. We at DSS are a fiscal conduit for a number of different agencies.
Right.
We do NGBV, Moya, PEU, a variety of others. We are not directly involved in managing their budget. We are a pass-through, and that is all. So
That's fine.
that leaves us less equipped to answer questions about the work of other agencies.
You should have that information nevertheless, or something to provide. When will the transfer be effective, or when did it become effective when you learned about the transition of OCVS to NGBV?
I believe they're in the process of registering contracts right now.
And when will you know when that information will be provided?
The contract registrations are in process, and I think at that point they will be effective, but I'm going to have to defer to my colleagues at NGBV on that.
And how soon would you be able to provide the information to us before we try to pass a budget?
We're going to need to coordinate with our colleagues at the other agencies since we don't directly administer the funds.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chairs Brannon and Ayala, Commissioner Park, Administrators French and Carter, Deputy Commissioners Berry and Levine, Ferdinand and DeStefano. Good to see you all. I just, firstly, before asking my questions, want to associate myself, especially with the comments of Councilmember Stevens, Riley, and Lewis, all relating to IDNYC and the importance of expanding capacity. As Scott remembers well, this is something that I worked on for years and helped quadruple the program in a matter of months after we launched it. There is definitely capacity. We could expand capacity if there was a political will to do so and meet the demand that exists. Commissioner Park, I'm going to ask you about a topic that I annoy you about, I think, at every one of these hearings, so I hope you're ready and excited to discuss DHS shelter move-outs into NYCHA, which have unfortunately come to a halt. Do you know how many people have moved from DHS into NYCHA last month or fiscal year to date?
I'm very surprised that this is your question. I'm happy to talk about it.
That means that you were prepared and ready to go.
We are doing, a couple of dozen moves into public housing every month. I really want to emphasize that the NYCHA of today is in a different place than the NYCHA of the previous administration. And what we are seeing is a lot of progress on behalf of NYCHA on dealing with their own very long-term physical issues, which is something that I think matters to all of us who care about the state of affordable housing, right? If we were to lose NYCHA public housing, it would be devastating for the city, it would be devastating for the shelter system. That would be, I think, the worst of all possible outcomes. It is in order for them to preserve that incredibly valuable stock of housing, they need to invest in their own physical stock, and I think there's a lot of really creative work that is going on right now. What that translates, though, means into right now, there are fewer move-out opportunities into public housing for DHS shelter, right? Because they are doing the repair work that they need, both to get individual units up to quality, and then also as they are doing larger scale rehab, they are doing checkerboarding. As much as I am looking for move-out opportunities for my clients, I am deeply grateful that NYCHA is investing in their long-term success, because if they didn't do that, it would be worse for all of us in the long run.
Yeah, no, look, and I got to jump in because I'm short on time, and we've seen a tenfold increase in the number of vacant units under Mayor Adams. It hasn't gone down. It's still started about 500. It's been approximately 5,000 vacant units for 2 years. And so I know that there's a need to do more thorough repairs and fix up units. The question is, why are we not dedicating more resources to do those proper repairs to move NYCHA families out? We used to be at about 6,000 move-outs out of the DHS system into NYCHA each year. This year we're on pace for maybe 1,500, maybe. That's a 25%, just 25% of people moving out of shelter into NYCHA. You're making a lot of progress on a lot of other fronts on move-outs that you and your team deserve credit for. But this is simply a question of management, political will, and resources, where we could be moving thousands of families. We used to be moving thousands of families each year into permanent housing. We're no longer doing it. So do you think there is a timeline by which things will actually start to improve? Because it has been bad, really, really disastrously bad for 2 years.
So with all due respect, I don't ever actually remember the time when it was 6,000 moves a year. It certainly was higher than it has been.
I think that was the average from FY15 to FY21, between 5,000 and 6,000, in that range.
Maybe people. I think
People,
it's more like,
people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, people.
So the numbers that I gave you were families.
I understood. I was speaking in people, just to be clear.
With respect to investments of resources and specific timing questions around NYCHA repairs, we'll certainly need to defer to NYCHA. Those, we aren't directly controlling those. I would say, NYCHA has been a strong partner. They continue, despite all of the work that they have going on and the efforts that they have to do repairs in their own units, they do continue to allocate units to us. We are working with them. I think this was mentioned in the mayor's state of the city. They are allocating us Section 8 vouchers, which has not been the case for a very long time. So public housing is a really critical resource. Over the long term, my goal is that it remains a solid resource in good standing, and I think that's what NYCHA is doing now. And we are working with all of our housing partners, HPD, HDC, NYCHA, HCR, to make sure that we are continuing to expand move-out opportunities. And despite the temporary drop-off in the number of NYCHA move-outs, what we are seeing is an overall increase in subsidized exits out of shelter.
And you deserve credit for some of those areas for improvement. I'm not taking that away from you. This is one area that is fully within the control of the city, and we're not doing the work that's necessary to connect homeless families to permanent housing. If I can, two other topics I'd like to ask about briefly. I'm very concerned, again, in areas of credit. You guys have done a ton of work to address the backlog in public assistance applications, which I know was not easy. But my concern is that we're seeing a growing rate of rejections among applications, especially for cash assistance, where I believe back in 2020, a majority of people who were applying for cash assistance were accepted, kind of beginning of the pandemic, that era. Now we're at a portion where just about a third of applications for cash assistance are accepted, 37%, I believe, as of January. I'm very concerned. Can you explain why we've seen this dramatic increase? As applications have gone up, a huge increase in the number of people who are being rejected for those applications.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to start, and Administrator French will chime in. I think largely what we're seeing is that we have significantly lowered the bar to application, right? So before the pandemic, in order to apply for cash assistance, you had to, either bring your kids with you or find somebody to take care of your kids, get on the train, go sit in an office for several hours, right? Before you did that, you really made sure that you had all your ducks in a row, right? You were collecting documentation, you'd really thought through the eligibility process. What we are finding now is that many people start the application process and don't complete it. And I think that it's consistent with patterns that I've seen in a lot of different contexts when the barrier to application is lower. So, for example, Housing Connect, the HPD's lottery system, right? A lot of people apply for housing and then don't, get called to start the application process, don't complete it, because it's easy to apply for everything. I think the rejection rates, and Administrator French will correct me if I'm wrong, are comparable to SNAP where they were pre-pandemic, which at that point was already a largely online process. So it is the right thing to do to lower the barriers to access for public services, but what it means is that you get many more applications when people are earlier in their journeys. They haven't necessarily thought it through. Yeah. We are monitoring and doing samples of rejections to see if there is any consistent pattern, anything that we need to be aware of for staff training. At this point, we have not seen anything, but I will allow Administrator French to
I'm going to get in trouble with Chair Brannon, so I'm just going to jump in to say I'm really concerned that with the online-only process, there's no opportunity for people to get the help they need. That's certainly what we hear from our constituents, is that they get stuck, they have a problem, and they're not getting the assistance. When they call, the average wait time is 80 minutes so far in FY24, down to 65 minutes in January, peaked at 101 minutes in September. So that's a long time to call and wait to get help, an hour and 40 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes on the phone. Working people can't afford that. Last thing I just wanted to ask about, and then I promise to shut up, is I've been deeply concerned about the decline in tenants who were in need of counsel accessing attorneys in housing court. My understanding from the reports I've read are that we've seen a steady decline since the eviction moratorium was lifted. And as of the end of last year, we were at approximately just about 35% of tenants who were eligible actually accessing attorneys in housing court. We all know the impact that that has on evictions. I know you all want to stop evictions. Express my solidarity to the MFJ folks who are here fighting for decent conditions and compensation. But just on this question, I saw that you've got a new RFP that's coming out. In that RFP, do you have a goal for the percent of tenants, eligible tenants, that will be represented in housing court? And is there anything else that's being done to help reverse this really troubling trend that leads to more evictions in New York City?
Administrator French, do you want to start with the questions around eligibility?
I would just say, as it relates to applying for benefits, individuals can still come into any one of our centers and apply. So if there are individuals who are having online issues, right, they can come to any HRA location and can be assisted with benefits. So happy to talk more about if there's any specifics there that are going on. But while we encourage people to do it online because they can do it from their home, they can do it on a weekend, they can do it whenever they would like to, that is not solely how individuals need to do it. So we encourage people to come into the locations if needed.
And our NYC benefits contractors are also available to provide assistance. Really pleased that we are able to continue those contracts to, as I mentioned, to the tune of about $10 million. With respect to our right to counsel and legal representation, agree that this is a very critical program. I'm excited by the new RFP. I think we've gotten terrific responses in. I can't get too deep in the weeds on specifics because we are still negotiating those contracts. But I think some things that we are doing to really strengthen the program and to make sure that we are getting everybody the access to the services that they need in order to remain housed. That includes legal services, but isn't limited to legal services, right? There are absolutely people for whom emergency rent arrears is sufficient. I think we have bifurcated the RFPs for full representation and brief legal advice to make sure that we are really putting out very specific targets around full legal representation, that that's not getting sort of made up for with brief legal. We are being more direct about performance standards that are in the new contracts, and we're working with our providers on implementation there. And then we're doing some realignment of our own operations to make sure that we are being strategic about how we are connecting people to services. Again, making sure that if what somebody needs is a one-shot, or landlord needs to work through an issue in order to avoid going to housing court, that we are positioned to do that up front.
Look, and I really appreciate all that, and there are a bunch of tools in your tool belt. That's why I support the agencies being combined together so that we can do everything we can to keep people out of shelter. But just on that narrow question, are you anticipating having a goal in these contracts for the percentage of people who actually have eviction proceedings against them that are in housing court that will be represented by lawyers?
We are focused on complying with the law, right, which says that anybody at a given income level is entitled to legal representation. So we are looking to allocate our services so that we get to that standard, recognizing that there are going to be people who, as I mentioned earlier, maybe come in with their own attorney because of a variety of distrust of government issues, opt not to work with us. People may come in later in the process at the point at which that screening window is already passed, but we want, to the extent possible, absolutely to minimize the number of people who don't get access to an attorney because of resource issues at our agency.
I could ask 1,000 more questions, but I really appreciate the latitude. Chairs Brandon and Ayala, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, I wanted to ask you about a HERC that's actually in the Speaker's District, the JFK Crown Plaza. It was recently reclassified as a DHS-run shelter. Could you tell us what is the current population at that shelter?
It's a Families with Children site. I will need to get back to you on the specific number of people, but yes, it's Families with Children.
Okay, and what are the implications of that, the reclassification to being a DHS-run HERC?
This was a citywide decision to bring it under the DHS umbrella so that we can ultimately leverage the DHS contracting structure where we have not-for-profits that are providing services. The feeling was that would be a more effective way to deliver services than the H&H model.
And will the HERC then continue serving the migrant population?
It is an asylum site, and we are continuing to maintain it as an asylum site.
So are there differences in services provided at that location compared to a H&H run site?
We are collaborating with H&H on case management services. As I say, they're the ones that are going to be holding the case management contract, but it will serve DHS sites. I think what is different is in the operation and kind of day-to-day engagement with clients where DHS has a long history of using not-for-profits who then hold subcontracts. H&H has been building the plane and flying it a little bit at the same time. We are very, very grateful for their involvement. The challenges were too big for one agency to handle alone, but we think the not-for-profit shelter operator model that DHS has historically used will be effective in this instance.
So if there's a positive financial impact in that reclassification, would you be looking to do that elsewhere?
There is one additional site that we have done already, a Families with Children site. It really is site-specific. There are certain, physical layouts and site models that aren't going to be appropriate for DHS or appropriate for a not-for-profit to take on. I talk to my colleagues at H&H every single day, as well as the El Paso team. So to the extent that it makes sense to move a site between agencies, we absolutely will look at it.
What's the main reason for doing that? Is it oversight or?
It was largely a budget management issue that we were able to operate those sites, the two sites that I mentioned, in a way that was a little bit more efficient than H&H was able to. The census at Crown Plaza is 335. The other site where we did it is the Walcott Hotel, which has a census of 176. Both of them are Families with Children.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, if we found a way to do it more efficiently through DHS, why wouldn't we do that across the board?
Two reasons. One, there are physical layouts that are just not appropriate for a DHS not-for-profit contractor to take on, right? Some of the large tent facilities, for example, not appropriate for DHS.
Why?
Not-for-profit capacity a given not-for-profit organization can handle sites of a certain size. Once you start to get bigger, it becomes a little bit more challenging for a not-for-profit organization to operate well. So I think that is a particular challenge. We also have a different legal and regulatory environment than the HERCs do, so we need to take that into account. But we are looking, and then the last thing that I would say, and this has been very true, is given this growth in the system and the pace at which asylum seekers have come to this city, we have really strained our traditional provider capacity. We're working with a number of new providers. I think that has been an upside of the of this particular crisis, in that we have brought new entities into the system, but our traditional not-for-profit base does have limits in what they can take on. I certainly wouldn't want to put a brand new not-for-profit provider in control of some of the very large sites.
And just to clarify, you said there's 335 people at JFK?
Correct. Sorry, that's a 335 families.
335 migrant families.
176 families at the Walcott. That is obviously a number that will move, on the margins on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. Regarding the GMHC Rise has a workforce program. Actually, this is regarding the baseline PEG of 284. Did HRA ask OMB to restore this cut in the executive plan?
We're working really closely with OMB on all of our financing needs. Obviously, we have a number of real challenges in front of us related to, all of our funding cliffs, and so we have robust conversations about both PEG restorations and also the new needs that are in front of us, and we're trying to balance all of that.
That's not a yes or a no, Molly.
We are working very closely with OMB on an ongoing basis. It's correct. It is not a yes or a no because the dynamics are very complicated given all of the issues that we have in front of us.
So would it be fair to say that you are trying, but it's not a high priority?
I think it's fair to say that we are working with OMB to make sure that the budget that is passed at adoption is meeting all of the agency critical needs.
Is there an update that you can provide on the planned transition and your conversations with GMHC since we discussed this at the preliminary budget hearing?
I can take that one. So yes, we've been discussing with GMHC the process of the ramp down of the contract, and talking with them about individuals who still want to avail themselves of employment services. Even though it is voluntary for them, we will connect them with other existing HRA employment services providers to connect them to training, education, or whatever the individuals may be looking to participate in.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that, when we're talking about poverty, the last thing you want to cut is food and workforce development at any point. And I'm like really disappointed at this year's budget and the idea that we're cutting, both programs, or that both have been put on the chopping block. I've had conversations with the commissioner about this, even in my own district. I'm seeing 2 Jobs Plus programs cut as well, and these are pipelines to employment, and specifically because we're talking about communities where there's a higher density of poverty. It's really disturbing. There's no real justification for that. We should be working with these providers to enhance their services, not, in any way, shape, or form reduce them, and to say that people have a right to, visit a site someplace else and have to leave their own community. It's really disheartening, and I hope that, that we do better. Regarding the Human Services COLA, does that include HRA civil legal service providers?
Yes.
It does. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And regarding Angie, is the system developed by HRA staff or a contracted vendor?
This was developed by HRA staff.
HRA staff. Okay. And what is the expense and capital budget for Angie?
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Do you know how the system was developed?
Yeah, it was developed by our agency in conjunction with a lot of meetings with staff, with procedures, with the IT teams. We brought in some outside consultants to try to design it in a way that would encourage and incentivize staff to follow through on the work, to try to make it so that it brings the person and the family. A lot of thought went into Angie in terms of, previously, a lot of the work was in person, right? So you're an eligibility worker, you're in a center, and the families, the households, the individuals are sitting in front of you. So we tried to, and maybe we did a good job, maybe there's more work to be done, but we tried to design it in a way that would bring the person to the worker so that it didn't feel like they were just doing nameless work. That's why trying to give them, the staff, some sense of how much work is still waiting to be done. You can't see it in the waiting area, but that 18,000 number was just meant to give people an idea that there are people waiting on you. Your work is important, and it is impacting tens of thousands of New Yorkers every day. So that's some of the design that went behind it. A lot of the rest of the design was to try to encourage workers to slow down, not quickly process the case, but slow down, think through each question to make sure that you're capturing all the information correctly, so the family gets the right level of benefits, so that something doesn't get accidentally overlooked or missed. And I know that that can be frustrating to the staff who see that 18,000 number. They want to hurry up and get the work done. And in past versions, systems, they were able to click through the screens, we say, and get it done faster, but that doesn't always mean that it resulted in the right benefit level for our clients that depend on us for our benefits. And Angie was really designed to try to slow the worker down, present all of the information to the worker. It was designed also in ways that you don't have to leave Angie to go somewhere else to get data. It's pulling that information from other systems. That does slow it down a little bit while it's going out and doing those data matches, but it is making sure it's presenting all of that information, the whole comprehensive picture, using all of the data systems and data that we have available to us as an agency without the worker having to go hunt and find that information to make the right decision and to make a holistic decision that results in the right benefit levels for families.
I mean, I get it. We want to be most efficient. I just wonder, we're in year 2, what level of troubleshooting is happening with the actual staff and not the supervisors, the people that are using the system, right? To get feedback from them directly on what's working and, what's not working.
Yeah, and if I could just add one more thing to that point, with our backlogs, our cash assistance backlog was much larger than our SNAP backlog. And so we really spent a lot of time over the last year focused on fine-tuning the systems that support the cash assistance program, which means that yes, SPOS and Angie that support the SNAP-only population, those systems have not gotten the same level of attention over the last year. But that is something we are shifting towards now. We have a lot of feedback from the staff from the work we did with the Mayor's Office of Efficiency. We have a lot of great ideas and initiatives that came up through that work, and we are pivoting only now to start to implement some of those changes.
Okay. And just finally, is the Angie program an HRA capital project?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we are going to move on to public testimony. Commissioner and your team, thank you so much, and we will follow up with whatever we were unable to get answered today.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start public testimony.
Good afternoon. If everyone can just please find a seat, we will be beginning shortly.
Sarge, we good?
Sarge, we're rolling? Okay. Okay, I'm now going to open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, member of the public shall remain silent at all times, save for whoever is testifying. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the official hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, make sure you filled out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you'll then have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, the DHS and HRA FY25 executive budget hearings. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit to the official record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing to be included in the official record. We will now call the first panel. I apologize if I can't read your handwriting or I pronounce your name wrong. Valentina Vidal, Casey Schmoll, Celeste Wilson. Casey Small, Celeste Wilson, and Valentina Vidal. They're like duplicates of it. Okay, so we can go left to right. Just say your name before you begin, and we'll put 2 minutes on the clock.
Good afternoon. My name is Valentina Vidal. Thank you, Chair Jala, members of the General Welfare Committee, and all the esteemed council members for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Valentina Vidal, and I'm the bilingual vocational case manager at JMAC. I'm here today to ask for you to restore the funding in the final fiscal year 25th NYC budget for our Realizing Independence Through Support Employment, or RICE Workforce Development Program. I'm a case manager at JMAC because of the RICE program, and I'm also a HASA client. If the funding is not restored, JMAC will lose their jobs, and clients will lose the specialized services only JMAC can provide. In fact, I testified before you on March 11. JMAC has been notified that 2 additional HIV prevention contracts with the DOHMH will be terminating. This brings about the total of nearly 1.1 million in cuts to JMAC funding and nearly 13 jobs lost. Founded in 1982, Gay Male Health Crisis, the world's first HIV and AIDS service organization, JMAC has provided comprehensive services to over 5,500 New Yorkers living and infected by HIV and AIDS every year. This is among the reasons why our workforce development program, which supports clients living with HIV and AIDS who are ready, willing, and able to return to work, is so important. Training and linking clients to safe and stable jobs put them on financial independence and leads to a better health outcomes like medication adherence and improved mental health. Since 2014, GMAC Rights Program has helped 674 clients find employment by providing culturally competent and individualized assistance, including resume building, vocational training, internships, employment and benefit counseling, job placement and retention assistance for unemployed and underemployed workers of all stages of career. Yet, due to the administration January plan, HRA will eliminate the right to satisfy the 200,083 PEG. And one last thing, GMAC understand that it has intends to provide this workforce development services with our contract has. And please consider the following when asked whether that is possible. GMAC has a SUNY Advanced Technology Training Information Networking Computer Lab in our facility. In 2023, our lab was completely refurnished with new computers. Please stand with GMAC has a client, we serve by advocating the full restitution of the rights program at a $401,725 annual contract. Restoring rights will mean over 5 GMAC will not lose their jobs, and vulnerable New Yorkers living with HIV and AIDS will be provided with training and tools they need to find employment and economic independence. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Ayala, and members, public officials, and members of the committee. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify today. I am Celeste Wilson, an eligibility specialist too, and a member of ASCME Local 1549, District Council 37 in New York. I have worked for SNAP for just 1 year, but I love my job and it's been amazing. I am a deacon, an outreach deacon in the community, so it's exciting for me to see the other side. This is my first time before this committee, and I can confirm the ANGI system continues to be a barrier to timely benefit delivery. We also still suffer from a lack of the support in additional staff and training, which they are great trainers, necessary to get the right benefit to the right people on time. I would also like to confirm we have a significant backlog that we've seen, and we acknowledge of being right now 30,000. The problem with ANGI, if the system flags an error while I'm entering a client's information or processing eligibility in the system, the case has to be suspended until IT can fix the problem. This could take anywhere from 3 weeks to 2 months. In the meantime, I have to move on to the next case, and everything with the original case falls through the cracks. It has previously been reported by my colleagues that the prior POS system allowed us to complete tasks more easily with fewer fatal errors and fewer challenges than in ANGI. This is still true. The current system creates a huge backlog of cases. The stress of reducing this backlog contributes to retention problems. As a result, we need more eligibility specialists, but the pay is not high enough, given the cost of living here. In the end, the ANGI system hurts the clients and stops me from being able to do the work in a timely manner. Our managers originally said that the ANGI system could help frontline workers and could benefit the client, but for frontline staff, it has done the opposite. Understanding and a lack of training also continues to be challenges in SNAP. At my location, which is 2500 Halsley, right in the Bronx, for the past months, we haven't had mandatory overtime. However, people are still working overtime from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., sometimes until 10 p.m. on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. But we haven't had mandatory overtime at my location. Now, HRA says that they've hired 700 employees. We hold 350, so we haven't seen that. We believe it would help us to allow to continue to take calls. We would love to request if we can take calls opposed to the 9 to 5, being that we are working overtime, we can extend it to actually do the interviews with the client. This is a supplemental program, so we should work with the working people where their after-work hours starts at 5 p.m. If and when we are working overtime, at least Saturday, but in total, we should be able to extend the hours of interviews by communicating with our clients via phone. Since we have merged a lot of SNAP offices at call centers to allow the process to be a little more quicker, but because of the Angie, it's so outdated, it doesn't help us much to be ahead of processing the cases. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Casey Schmall, eligibility specialist, also at Halsey with Celeste. For the most part, just going to go into a couple details about Angie, and then I will send an email. It's testimony@council.nyc.gov. All right, sweet. So it's a great system, and what Deputy Director Berry was saying, but the way she said it, I don't know if maybe there's a disconnect between the people that were sitting here to actually the people that are out there processing. So from the outside view, it looks good, right? If there's one person on the case and it's pretty simple, it'd be like the same as if you're filling out an application and it's a one page. That goes through great. But what we're supposed to be doing really is focusing on families, right? So now you've got someone who's got 3 pages on an application. The system, I don't know. It falls short. I think the idea is great, that it is, what she was saying is that it does allow us to go through slower and actually take our time, but it really isn't anything that an employee is doing, right? So we will go through all the way, line by line, very carefully, and then the part of the system, it's hard to explain, I guess, unless you're doing it. Basically, all this information you're putting into a bucket that then you press start and calculate, right? When you get to the end, sometimes it'll say none of that information's there. So you literally went half an hour with the client, you went slow, you did your time, you put in all this information in the bucket, and then you literally press start and it says there's nothing there, or there's an error. And there's not really any.
How often does that happen?
More often than not. For me, myself, it doesn't happen as often, but that's because I know how to do the workarounds, but that's not fair. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't have to be knowing that if you click here 3 times and then go back here and then press space, that's really what it is. And then my row knows it and my supervisor knows it, but maybe the row next, you know what I mean? So it isn't, and that's not something that should actually, that's not something that should be, that should be standard practice. It should be, if I'm going through very carefully and I am checking all these different items that are provided to us, like she was saying, they're all there, it's not connected. So I can pull up the wage verification reporting, right? Oh, that's so convenient, it's right there, the client doesn't have to send me the pay stubs. It's there in the income screen, so you say, yes, add, right? When you get there, it's not even there. So you have to still go back in and manually, and then if you manually put it in, when you get to the end, it comes up double. So it really is a computer thing that really has to be, there's too many glitches, and then the answer even from the director sometimes, you go up to your supervisor, theirs. The answer is IT ticket, because nobody knows what to do. And you either fill in the IT ticket and they respond in 5 minutes and go, oh yeah, just refresh, still didn't work. Or it literally doesn't get answered until 3 months later. Did you try now? And by then, someone has, it kind of is like a gamble. By then, someone has clicked it, and just by the odds of the system, because they hit it at 401 instead of 402, it works this time, but that's not consistent. A client's doing what they're doing. I'll have a case come in, client will call, it pulls up, it says no transaction history. You literally can't open the case. Their information it's there in welfare management system, the main motherboard, but in our processing system to transmit that information, it's just, it kind of feels like it's still in like beta testing.
Now, what do they tell you when you raise these concerns?
It's either, and that's why I wish that they had stayed here, just because we've met with them on different things, on diversity councils, so we know those people, but I wish that there was a connect versus just, I'm frontline worker and we're complaining, and then it kind of gets brought up to management, and then I don't know if maybe we don't know. After that, it'd be cool if the people who are developing the system, if it is happening, I don't know about it. It'd be cool if, every first and third Thursday of the month, frontline workers are going to meet with IT people, and we're going to go over a case together, and because we send them screenshots and this and that, but they say the IT will come back and say it's fixed. It's not, and it's the worst thing to talk to a client, and they have a kid, and they just lost their job, and you want to help them, and it's frustrating, Because it's like, that's time where I'm like, if I could do it on paper, I'd do it on paper, you know? Because all we're doing is being limited by a computer system that's not, like I said, it is nice, it's fast, but it's a system that there are so many regulations and guidelines that need to be put in to fill out an application properly, but that system it's not strong enough to be handling the workload that's there.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak to the folks that were creating the system? Do they come back?
I didn't, only because we've only been there a year. So, but if there was an opportunity to bring the frontline people with the people that are actually, doing the IT people that are creating the system, I think it would help. I really do.
Yeah.
Because I think that I think too, IT gets overwhelmed, right? So they just see all these tickets, and then some of the tickets do come from people not being trained enough. So there are times when someone will be like, well, this is why I'm doing that. I'm like, no, that's not right. And that's not why you need an IT ticket. So then IT might be thinking on their end, well, they don't know what they're doing anyway. That's, so I think if there was a connect to bring the people who are using the system with the people who created the system, I think it would help.
I really appreciate you guys bringing this to our attention, because we hadn't heard until, the employees brought it up at a hearing I think it was last year. And since then, we've been having conversations, but obviously, we need to be a little bit more boisterous, because it doesn't seem like they're taking those suggestions to heart.
And I just wanted to say that a lot of times when IT may call us on the phone that we really don't use at our desk, we'll say things that's wrong with the system, and they'll be like, we don't know what you're talking about, because they're not, we're thinking that they understand what we're saying, what's going on with, let's say, a specific case. The system is not working. They'll be like, we don't even know what you're talking about. So we get a lot of that. So we're not even sure what they're fixing. And then we would go back to the case. Sometimes we hold on to cases because it feels like, we want to, I'm going to speak for myself, and I'm sure that Casey feels the same way. We want to help everyone. And so it's kind of hard when you have people that's crying on the phone and they're saying certain things, and then we'll go back into the case, which we really supposed to continue to go to the next cases, and it's like a month later and the case is still not done. And then there's things like we would request from them. So let's say whether then it's SNAP or even cash assistance. If you're requesting for an emergency that you need a lease, you need a composition letter, and you need a breakdown, well, those three things are the same. So the person gets rejected because one of them are not sent when the information is there, but then it's not mandatory to show where you live. Well, then why are you being rejected? So those are two major things that are like so in depth of, can we move on so these people could get some food?
Councilwoman Aviles.
Thank you so much for your testimony and the work you do. You mentioned training. It sounds like it's not very good or not. Can you tell a little bit more about what training and support looks like?
So as someone who actually, that's kind of where I'm looking at with my trajectory. Like when we did training, our trainers were great. The people were great. It's the system that's the issue, is that even in training, the trainers would be like, well, we can't do that in training. Like the module that was set is, still Angie, but it's only the training Angie. So we couldn't even do everything that we're supposed to be ready to do on the floor. And the trainers even said that, and you could tell their frustration. So they're like, yeah, we actually don't have access to that in the training. We're doing things that are like, we're gonna do in training, but out there, that's not how it's gonna be. And it's like, for someone like me, I got it, right? I got it. I understood. Someone like her, she was in my same class. She's like, I have no idea. And so I understand that for me, example, my brain's like, okay, I can figure it out. I put it together, but it's for someone else who that's not what should be done. I mean, it's called streamline paperless office system. Everything should be paperless. Everything should be streamlined. The stream's not there. It's kind of, so the training's great, but I think that there needs to be offered retraining for some people who want it. So some people get on the floor, and then once they're there, they're like, ooh, I need this and this and this, but that's not offered because it's a lot of, I think the management's so focused on taking the calls, getting the production, but it's like, right, but if somebody's processing this case and then there's 2 errors, they can still submit it, and then that case will be an error, and then someone has to come back and fix it, which is fine, it's a team effort, but all of this is just it's kind of like if you're taking these cases and just kind of throwing them everywhere, The idea of it is there, of getting those cases done as quickly as possible, but then the execution it's kind of a free-for-all.
And then what we also notice, because we try to greet people, the new ones that are coming in, they're just sitting there because they have to, literally just sitting there and watching. And so when you're training, you cannot train just by watching. But the problem is there's a lack of trainers. And so you have maybe 5 people that are training all of these people that are coming in. They only take about maybe 20 people at a time. So all of these people are just waiting, and these 5 great trainers are training, but they have to wait. And so it takes about 6 weeks. They tried to make it like really expeditiously, like right after we came in, they reduced it to like 3 weeks for the one. So that was like a whole bunch of work being put on them, and it's kind of hard to receive it, and then you're right on the floor with the clients. So we really need more trainers to be able to train for this.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, now we have the next panel. Lisa Meehan, Craig Hughes, Sean Davis, Tara Joy, and Chris Fasano. Chris Fasano, Tara Joy, Sean Davis, Craig Hughes, and Lisa Meehan.
I'll turn this on. Hello, my name is Craig Hughes. I am a social worker normally in the Bronx. I've been in front of these hearings many times. This is my first time as a worker who's been on strike for 2.5 months. I don't wish that on anyone. It is very hard. I will be very brief with this. I would much rather be responding to the line that HRA just fed you about why people are being denied basic survival benefits. It has nothing to do with them sitting on couches. It has everything to do with a bureaucracy that's a nightmare. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here today because me and 106 other working class people in New York City have been in strike for 2.5 months. We are legal service workers at Mobilization for Justice. We represent poor and working class people in anti-eviction cases, in cases in front of the Department of Education, in disability claims, in public benefits, and so on. I'm going to go probably 5 seconds over, but I'll be as quick as possible. So I'm the only social worker in the Bronx at Mobilization for Justice. So for the last 2.5 months, there's been no social worker in the Bronx. There's also one in Manhattan, no social worker in Manhattan. They have hired scabs, our executive leadership, meaning they hired temp replacement workers to take positions while we are out on strike. But there are no social workers. There are no serious attorneys. There are a massive crash of housing court cases that they adjourned months ago that are coming up, something like 30 in Bronx Housing Court this week alone, which will not get adequate representation. So just a couple of quick things. One, Deputy Speaker Ayala, I can't thank you enough for asking Commissioner Park under oath about the 3% COLA. To give you an idea of Mobilization for Justice executive leadership's approach to bargaining, they have said they do not get that COLA. The COLA that Molly Park said, yes, we absolutely get it, they, up until last week, have said, we don't get that. They are offering us raises that are nowhere near the level of inflation. So there are 2 things, and I really will be quick, I'm sorry to take your time.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. That I really want to highlight to give you an idea of the demands. Our management has claimed that we are trying to bankrupt the organization. We are anti-poverty workers. That's the last thing we want to do. What we do want is wages that are sustainable for our families and wages that allow our clients to have sustainable staffing at this agency. There are 2 key demands, for example, that I want to bring up that management is absolutely refusing to touch in a 2.5-month strike. One is a $60,000 salary floor. $60,000 in New York City for anyone is hard to live on. That is a demand that management absolutely refuses to budge on. They will not offer our lowest paid workers, who are mostly people of color, $60,000 a year. That is egregious, but that is their position. The other thing is that before we went on strike, they had a temp worker who was against the rules of our collective bargaining agreement on staff as a temp worker for months beyond what they were supposed to. They were supposed to have hired her. The union filed a grievance on her behalf, and they explicitly fired her in retaliation for that grievance. One of our key demands is that she get rehired, and management will not budge on it. So they wrongfully terminated a temp employee that they exploited, that they would not give union rights to, and then when the union raised a grievance, they retaliated against her, and then they will not hire her. And those are two key reasons we have been on strike for 2.5 months. $60,000 for mostly people of color who are working with folks who are struggling the most in this city, and to help make sure that someone who was wrongfully terminated gets their job back, and that our union isn't weakened because management doesn't like to play by its own rules. And so there's other folks here, and I'm gonna zip it, but I would much rather, and I think we all would much rather be here talking about what HRA just said and not fighting for the basic things that we need to be able to live in this city. Thank you.
How many workers are on strike?
106, we started with 109, we lost, started with 110, we lost 4, I think.
Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm just pulling up my testimony. So my name is Lisa Meehan. I'm a staff attorney at Mobilization for Justice, and along with my colleagues here, I've been on strike with my union for over 10 weeks. We're striking for many demands which center around making our work sustainable. I don't have to tell you all that nonprofit workers are often overworked and underpaid. We want better working conditions and better pay to combat burnout and stop attrition, which will help us provide better services for our clients, which is all of our main priority and why we all do this work. In particular, like Craig mentioned, we're asking MFJ's management to raise starting salaries up to $60,000 a year for our support staff and our paralegals. This is a priority for me personally because I started my career as a paralegal at a similar legal services organization. When I was a paralegal, I did not make enough money to live comfortably, and my income was low enough so that I nearly qualified for our organization's services. I know from my experience in that position that support staff and paralegals make organizations like MFJ run. Their work is as important as the work that attorneys do, and they deserve to be compensated as such. It's also hypocritical for an organization that purports to fight for economic justice to underpay its employees. The union knows that MFJ can afford to raise these salaries, but they still refuse to do it. We're here before you today because HRA has helped MFJ's management prolong this strike. MFJ has not been providing contractually obligated services during the strike, and in fact, they've closed the intake lines and are not taking any new clients or any new cases. So we have 2 asks of the council today, echoed by my colleagues who are here at the table with me. The first is to please inform MFJ that the council will not fund the organization while this strike continues, and specifically as MFJ's management needlessly prolongs it. We're concerned that continuing to fund MFJ while this strike goes on may lead to many people continuing to receive inadequate representation. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna finish my second point. Thank you. Second, we need the council to help ensure HRA does not contribute to strike breaking by giving MFJ a break on its contractual obligations and by offloading work from the agency and pressing other providers to take struck work. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Davis, and I'm a member of the unionized staff at Mobilization for Justice. As I speak to you today, I am tired, I'm frustrated, but by no means ready to give up. We have been on strike for 10 weeks. This is week 11. Week 11. When we are not on strike, I am a staff attorney with the Mental Health Law Project. That's a general practice project, meaning that we do a lot. We do everything from Social Security Administration hearings to protecting tenants in housing court that are facing eviction. That's all work that unfortunately we cannot do right now. We are unable to do that right now because we are on strike. As some of my colleagues mentioned, we are on strike because, among other reasons, management is refusing to pay our lowest paid workers a living wage that would allow them to live in the city and the communities that they serve. MFJ talks about vulnerable and in low-income New Yorkers and helping to improve their conditions and lives, but management does not demonstrate that mentality with its own employees and, by extension, our clients. Those same low-income and vulnerable New Yorkers that they claim to care about. Simply put, MFJ's management does not practice what it preaches. Our biggest project is our housing project. I want to talk about, the clients that are in the housing court system right now. They are not getting the same level of service that they would if the unionized staff were still in our office, and that is clear from the court watching that I've done. That is a disservice to our clients, and there's no other way to put it. On the note of disservices to our clients, we cannot continue to function as an organization with our current attrition rate. A fair contract will make it so that we retain skilled and passionate employees, everybody. We're a wall-to-wall union, support staff, paralegals, and attorneys, by incentivizing them to join and to stay at this organization. It's time to put the people first. Everybody in this room knows that this is a labor town, so we intend and expect to win a fair contract so that we can get back to helping our clients in every way that we can. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Joy. I'm a member of the unionized staff of MFJ, and I'm currently employed in the housing project there, which provides eviction defense to tenants in Brooklyn, Manhattan, and the Bronx. In my role as housing intake specialist, I'm responsible for tracking and coordinating the intake of new cases, which means that I can see firsthand how overwhelming the volume of eviction cases has been in comparison to our staff's capacity, and can also see firsthand how that capacity is being affected by staff turnover. My colleagues have talked about some of our specific core demands, and I really want to focus on the reason we're asking for those demands and the impact of staff attrition on an organization like ours. I've been in my current role for a little over 2 years and unfortunately have already outlasted several of my colleagues. So I just want to talk about what happens when people quit in the short, medium, and long term. In the short term, when an attorney leaves MFJ, their colleagues have to spread themselves thinner by absorbing all of their existing caseload. In the medium term, for however long that position goes unfilled, our ability to take on new clients is reduced by that much more. And for reference, MFJ currently has over a dozen vacant staff positions. And in the long term, people who burn out and leave the housing practice early, the more people who do that, the less people there are to develop the kinds of advocacy skills that come with years of experience and can make a truly life-changing difference to clients' outcomes. These compounding effects are harmful to legal workers, harmful to clients, harmful to the stated mission of MFJ. That is why our union voted overwhelmingly to strike and why we've been out for 10 weeks. We're still here today because we're attempting to build a workplace where staff are willing to stay and able to effectively do the work we all care about. I know for a fact that in the 10 weeks we've been out, there's no one filling my role at MFJ. No one is also covering the dozens of intakes with potential new housing clients that my colleagues would normally be conducting every single week. That means that MFJ is violating the terms of their contract with HRA, and not only has HRA failed to demand that they uphold these terms, they've assisted MFJ in offloading struck labor to other providers. HRA is enabling our management in prolonging the strike and preventing us from getting back to serving our clients as fast as possible. And so I am joining my colleagues in asking council members to hold both HRA and MFJ responsible for the role in this strike. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Fasano. I'm a staff attorney at Mobilization for Justice. I've been at Mobilization for Justice for the past 10 years. I want to speak a little bit to what brought us to a strike. The attrition that we've seen over the past year is easily the worst I've seen in my tenure at Mobilization for Justice. We have lost 23 case handlers this past year alone, and as my colleague said, that has brought us down to 110 case handlers at the start of the strike. We've lost a few more. We're now down to 106. Over a dozen vacancies that we often have at any given time remain chronically unfilled. And this is something that management is well aware of. Before we started negotiating this past fall, our deputy director addressed our board of directors and described the crisis of attrition and these chronically unfilled lines. And when the board asked our deputy director how the organization could solve this attrition crisis, she said that the organization would have to pay people more and give them more flexibility. But once negotiations began, management did no such thing. When we went on strike on February 23rd, management offered us a 3-year contract with a 2% raise in each year. That is the same offer they would receive 3 years previously in 2018, 2021, and 2018 as well. That offer just doesn't keep up with the current cost of living, much less does it make up for the erosion of income these past few years we've all experienced due to inflation. And management still has not budged much from that position. Just last week, they went up to 3% the first year, 2% in the second year, 3% in the third year. And as the agency earlier testified, that 3% COLA applies to legal services. So the offer that we're getting from management falls below what they're required to provide. And worse yet, just last week, after 10 weeks of strike, we heard that management would come to us with its bottom line, which means that for the first 10 weeks of the strike, management has felt no urgency to make its best offer, give us a fair contract, end the strike, and provide the vitals, so we go back to providing the vital services that our clients need. The 10-week strike represents 1/5 of our fiscal year in which the organization has not been providing the services it's contractually required to provide. Management has only been able to continue this strike by ignoring our clients' needs and the needs of its staff. We do not believe, though, that Mobilization for Justice can ignore its funders. So that is why that we're asking the agencies and the council to make clear to Mobilization for Justice that they will not continue to fund an organization that puts its workers on strike so that that organization can't provide services. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, Allison Wilkie, Paula Inargu, Kristen Miller, and Chris Mann. Allison Wilkie, Paula Inargu, Kristen Miller, Chris Mann. You can begin when you're ready.
Great. My name is Allison Wilkie, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Strategic Campaigns at the Coalition for the Homeless, and I'm also here speaking on behalf of the Legal Aid Society. So the biggest takeaway from the mayor's executive budget is that there is no plan to address the unprecedented housing, affordability, and homelessness crisis. We have over 140,000 people living in shelter, plus countless more living on the streets or doubled up in homes, and we have a net zero, effectively a net zero vacancy rate for apartments that rent at the lowest rates, which is like under $1,100 a month. Yet the mayor and the governor are treating this just as a supply issue. They're pushing the position that if we build more luxury and market rate housing, that somehow and in some future, there will be housing for families at the lowest income levels or for people who are living in shelter. But that is a fantasy, and there is no plan. There was nothing in the state budget to address housing for the lowest income families or for people who are currently homeless. And there's nothing in the mayor's City of Yes plan that does anything for extremely low income families, those who are making 30% AMI. And meanwhile, the mayor's executive budget doesn't sufficiently fund existing programs that help people find permanent housing. So there are three things that really need to be in this budget. First, we know, and we heard today, that CityFEPS accounts for the largest percentage of shelter exits, but there are delays and backlogs in processing and processes that don't make sense in CityFEPS. We keep hearing the administration talk about their success in reducing the backlogs in cash assistance and SNAP by hiring almost 1,000 people and looking at those processes and trying to make them more efficient. We need that same attention and those same resources to be applied to CityFEPS to make it work. And while we're at it, we need that same attention to be applied to the 5,000 vacant units in NYCHA. Second, we need more funding for the City Commission on Human Rights. It's the only agency that enforces source of income discrimination. Starting in January, they will be enforcing the Fair Chance for Housing Act. They need at least $18 million in baseline funding. And then third, we do still need more safe haven and stabilization beds, and as was pointed out earlier, single occupancy beds. Those low barrier beds really are the most effective way in getting unsheltered people to services and ultimately to permanent housing. And yes, the city has brought online, or this administration, 1,100 new beds, and they said today that there are 1,100 in the pipeline. The Coalition for the Homeless has been calling for 3,000 new beds for years, and that need is likely higher at this point. Even if we had these three things, we still need to invest in affordable housing. We do not have enough affordable housing for extremely low-income families and for people who are currently homeless, and so we are calling on the city to invest at least $2.5 billion in affordable housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, chairs, and I look forward to working with you more on this.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Ayala, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Chris Mann. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Policy and Advocacy at WIN, which is the largest provider of shelter and supportive housing for families in New York City. We operate 16 shelters and nearly 500 units of supportive housing throughout the 5 boroughs. Sadly, last night, just under 7,000 people called WIN home, including over 3,600 children. New York's facing the worst homelessness crisis in its history, and this situation demands a city budget that will move people out of shelter and prevent homelessness in the first place. WIN's policy priorities for FY25 promote common sense and cost-saving policies that we estimate can save the city more than $3.6 billion annually. First, we need to end the cruel 30 and 60-day rules that needlessly evict individuals and families from shelter. Instead, we should pursue common sense solutions such as utilizing faith-based shelters that are far less expensive than emergency hotels, which we're relying on now. And we should go further by expanding rental assistance to undocumented people, a move that WIN found could save the city almost $3 billion annually. We also need to improve services for families that are in the shelter system to help them exit more quickly. First, we should fully fund and implement Local Law 35, which we estimate would cost $13 million, so families in shelter have the mental health services that they need. Additionally, the city should expand WIN SBS pilot to bring existing workforce services to more families in shelter. Further, the city must improve and expand city FEPS, as you know, which is why the city must implement and fully fund Local Laws 99 through 102, policies WIN found could save the city $730 million annually. The city should also improve city FEPS administration. In the packet that we just submitted, there's a new report from WIN and REBNY that lays out a number of reforms that we think would help improve the administration of that program significantly. Finally, the city must fully restore the 2.5% cuts, which are really hampering our ability to provide these essential services, fully fund right to counsel, streamline and improve supportive housing so vacant units are filled quickly, and finally, restore funding to MOCs to ensure nonprofits get paid on time, and I'm sure Kristen's going to talk quite a bit more about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kristen Miller. I'm the Executive Director of Homeless Services United, which is a member organization of nonprofits across New York City who provide shelter and homeless services. Thank you for letting me testify, Chairs Brennan and Deputy Commissioner Ayala. We want to thank first the Speaker Adams and the entire City Council for your leadership and commitment to secure the Just Campaign COLA. This money is essential to the workers who deliver crucial work to all homeless and people in need across this city. What we need now for you is to help assure that that money gets into people's paychecks. We touched on some of this earlier. Our coalition of nonprofits provides the majority of nonprofit shelter capacity for the city and continues to encounter great difficulty receiving timing payments from the New York City Department of Social Services. Dozens of contracted providers are owed anywhere from $700,000 to $31 million from the City of New York for services already rendered. Some providers have been forced to take out lines of credit just to meet cash flow needs and are paying very high interest on these lines of credit for which there is no payback. We urge the council to ensure that the fiscal year 25 budget includes sufficient funding to restore and expand headcount at DHS, DSS, and MOX to eliminate pervasive contract and reimbursement delays for our nonprofit providers. While the shelter system has doubled over the last 2 years, the infrastructure at the agencies hasn't kept up. And so Commissioner Parks was talking earlier about the multi-level approval process, right? So kudos that the contracting process has improved. The commissioner rightly said earlier, for example, that the WEI monies have been allocated to agencies, but there's many steps from allocation to actually being approved in a contracted provider's line item budget. And this is where we are experiencing delay after delay for the reasons that we've been talking about. Part of it, too, that Chris mentioned is we're really surprised to see a decrease in the MOX budget for this upcoming fiscal year. The amount of contracts in our sector has been growing exponentially, but the process, the people that we need to process the stuff is not increasing. In addition, the passport migration has been challenging, as the commissioner has said. It's been extremely challenging, and we're surprised to see a huge cut in MOX OTPS budget in IT. So we feel that that should be expanded and not decreased. We have very specific budget asks that have been mentioned by my colleagues that we'll be submitting to you in writing, including the city FAHEPS, the headcount, the restoring of the 2.5 PEG. We can't decrease the baseline of these contracts when demand continues to grow and grow. So with that, I thank you very much, and I turn it to my colleague.
Kristen, give me that stat again. You said how many groups are owed payment?
Most of all my members are owed.
But you said a number.
Between $700,000 and $31 million. Okay. They're paying anywhere from $17,000 a month in interest on lines of credit. One of my members is last year paid $1 million on interest on a line of credit because the city owed them so much money.
Did you submit your testimony as well?
I will be submitting it online.
Good, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Committee on General Welfare for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Paulina Arre, and I'm a policy analyst at United Neighborhood Houses. UNH is a policy and social change organization representing neighborhood settlement houses that reach 770,000 New Yorkers from all walks of life, and our members provide a wide variety of services to their communities, such as providing support to access benefits and case management for HRA programs. My testimony today will focus on the NYC benefits program and food insecurity issues, and my written testimony goes into more detail and includes additional recommendations. As you may know, through the NYC benefits program, community-based organizations have dedicated staff members to help their community access benefits such as SNAP, cash assistance, among others, and providers have cited the promise and early results of the program. On April 17th, HRA announced to providers that their contracts would continue for an additional 3 years, which was very good news for the future of the program. However, the executive budget included a one-time $4.6 million investment in new needs funding for this program in FY25, which does not appear to be baselined. It also remains unclear from reading the budget documents how much funding this program receives in total and whether it is sufficient to support the 36 providers and 3 technical assistance providers. We believe the program total is currently closer to $10 million given the size of individual contracts, but the city must ensure that the funding for the New York City benefits program is baselined in FY25 and out years so all providers are able to continue their essential work. It is also crucial to address issues of hunger, food insecurity, and poverty in New York City. That is why the city must restore the previous funding to the Community Food Connection Program, previously known as the Emergency Food Assistance Program, and expand it to $60 million to sustain and grow the program, therefore allowing providers to effectively allocate resources and keep supporting the growing needs of asylum seekers. The city should also restore the council's food pantry initiative to FY23 levels of $7.63 million, recognizing its important role in addressing food insecurity and supporting our communities in need. Pantries are an essential part of the city's effort to address food insecurity, and we were disappointed to see this funding cut by over $300,000 in FY24. As I said, you can find more detail in my written testimony, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you all very much. Okay, next panel, Jerome Nathaniel, Nicholas Buis, and Chanya Holness. Jerome Nathaniel, Nicholas Buis, and Chanya Holness. Yeah, you could start.
Great. Thank you so much for holding today's hearing on the executive budget. My name is Jerome Nathaniel. I'm the Director of Policy and Government Relations at City Harvest. This year, City Harvest is on pace to deliver 79 million pounds of food to a network of 400 emergency food providers across the 5 boroughs. Many of those programs rely on the city's Community Food Connection program, making it a critical lifeline for many of our leaders in the food system that are responding to an increased demand in emergency food. It's critically important that the city increases funding to $60 million, and we thank the city council for aligning with many advocates for the mayor to protect the Community Food Connection program. There's over 1 million reasons why we need that increase, but the 1 million reason that I really want to uplift is that City Harvest recently shared a report which shows that there are 1 million more New Yorkers each month that are attending our pantry services across the 5 boroughs when compared to before COVID. Furthermore, the number of children within that 1 million have more than doubled, making this something that's really important to the most vulnerable New Yorkers. In addition to that, you'll see in our written testimony, we thank the City Council for advocating for the restoration of mini pegs that were introduced back in November, but we're asking us to go further to make sure that the Department of Education's Office of Food and Nutrition Services has the funding they need to continue to provide quality meals to all children, and also that HRA has the support that they need to not only enroll people into SNAP, but also to retain quality staff and train quality staff so that we don't face a situation where we have a backlog in SNAP applications like we did many months ago. We know as an emergency food provider that for every meal that we provide, SNAP provides access to 9 meals. So it's critically important that our city is doing what we can to make sure that we're able to enroll people into the SNAP program fairly and expeditiously. And then finally, in our testimony, we asked for the creation of flexible funding to support community solutions to hunger through what we're calling a food justice grant. This is something that was included in the Mayor's Office of Food Policy's 10-year food policy plan, and we're asking the City Council either through initiative or discretionary funding to invest in that effort. Thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, chairs. I'm Nick Buse from the Food Bank for New York City. Thank you so much for giving us all time today and for your ongoing advocacy. I want to focus a little bit on food security. Jerome spoke about the Community Food Connection. It's deeply concerning that the executive budget continues to propose a 50% reduction. And I want to put some of the testimony in context that we heard today from HRA, which is that in FY23, all of the funds which were increased thanks to the council advocacy were completely exhausted. In that same year, there was a dramatic increase in the supply of food across New York City from organizations like Food Bank and City Harvest. Those resources have declined dramatically, federal resources in particular. Secondarily, SNAP benefits were at an increased high during FY23 as well. In New York City, though, 1 year ago, households lost an average of $151 per month in grocery benefits. Some families who were in the highest need lost an average of $440 per month. So in that same time frame, when you have emergency food providers serving more people, when there are more resources available, it's unconscionable that we would be cutting that food program this year. So thank you for your continued advocacy. We joined City Harvest and advocates from across the city calling for $60 million for that program. We applaud HRA in their work to continue to advance NYC benefits. We believe that model of working with community-based organizations is the way to ensure more New Yorkers continue to access SNAP. We'll continue to work with those providers on our SNAP task force and training them on our mediation model. So, you know, HRA is doing a great job in that respect, and like Jerome mentioned, clearing the backlog. So, but when it comes to Community Food Connection, New York City can and should do better. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me to testify today. My name is Angie Vega, and I am the Assistant Director of the Healthy and Ready to Learn program for the Children's Health Fund. So today, I'm going to be talking about the importance of the continued and increased funding for programming that critically supports schools and parents in ensuring that students are well positioned to thrive in schools like our New York City Council funded program, Healthy and Ready to Learn. Healthy and Ready to Learn was developed by the Children's Health Fund in 2014 as part of our mission of supporting kids so that they can thrive. It was developed recognizing the importance of education in helping kids to reach their potential and that they need to be their healthiest selves to take advantage of educational opportunities. The program is designed to help students identify and address health issues, many rooted in social, racial, and economical inequities that impact student learning. When students have their health needs met, for example, such as they can see the board, hear their teacher, or focus on schoolwork, and so on, they are more likely to learn and succeed in school, ultimately translating into a greater likelihood of a productive and healthy life. The Healthy and Ready to Learn started with a strong focus on screening and responding to what we call health barriers to learning, such as addressing medical issues like asthma, dental concern, vision problems, and mental well-being. While we continue to address these health barriers to learning, we are focused more and more on growing and worrisome needs, childhood trauma. HRO therefore has evolved to including supporting trauma sensitivity schools and home environments to better address the fallout from COVID-19 pandemic and surrounding social issues like increases in overt racism and violence. Through our current model, we leverage findings from our flagship school, PS 49 in the Bronx, and in Councilwoman Diana Ayala's district office, District 8. To inform materials and trainings that we conduct with educators, parents citywide throughout our resource and training center. So we launched this research and training center in 2017, which became an online platform for the Children's Health Fund in order to scale our impact to reach students throughout New York City. Our line respiratory is equity and diversity focused and houses a broad library that includes infographics, fact sheets, interactive learning images, slide decks, external resources links. Here's a snapshot of what the Research and Training Center, Healthy and Ready to Learn's impact. So since 2017, nearly 40,000 users have accessed the website to request training curriculum, view recorded workshops, and download free materials to support their health and education work. In the year 2023, our most recent complete, our New York City grant, the Research and Training Center has reached 5,893 users. From January 2023 to present, we have trained in 27 schools in 18 districts, delivering 69 parent workshops, 10 student workshops, and 4 professional development workshops, reaching 2,276 individuals. Our impact is clear, and the demand for our programming continues to increase to meet the growing needs in the most vulnerable communities. Our goal for the 2025 is the following: to expand in additional New York City school districts where teachers and parents need us most, build more partnership with nonprofit organizations focused on early childhood care and education, respond to the needs of community most impacted by the ongoing migrant crisis, increase and tailor our trainings to continue to meet specific needs of teachers and schools, and communicate our efforts through social media, traditional media, community outreach, and translating educational material into multiple languages. For this reason, the Children's Health Fund urges the New York City Council and the mayor to include funding to ensure critical investments for early childhood learning, mental health programming, and our Healthy and Ready to Learn initiative. These actions will expand access for thousand more students throughout the city, giving them the best chance of succeeding in school and in life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, next panel, we have Gabriela Sandoval Raquina, Shakima North, Reverend Terry Troya, and Dash Yeats Lonsky, and Irene Branch. Let me start from the left, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, Deputy Speaker Ayala, and members of the committees. My name is Dash Yates-Lonsky, and I'm a policy analyst at Urban Pathways. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Urban Pathways is a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider serving over 2,000 single adults annually. I would like to begin by thanking the City Council and the administration for the 3% cost of living adjustment for each of the next 3 years for the Human Services City contracted workforce. We look forward to working with the city for a seamless COLA implementation. With that said, there are a few things that are alarming about the fiscal year 25 executive budget, starting with the steep cut to MOCs that was mentioned on a previous panel. The budget for MOCs cuts headcount by 9 people and cuts the OTPS budget by over $12 million, with the largest cut happening in the technological strategy contractual services budget. This is deeply alarming because it is challenging getting nonprofits paid on time already, even without this cut. As of the end of February, we were owed almost $2 million by DHS. Additionally, in last year's budget, while many other pegs were restored, all DHS contracts received a 2.5% cut. We appreciate the City Council's call to restore the 2.5% peg and urge you to continue this advocacy as the restoration was left out of the executive budget. We thank the City Council for your support of increasing NYC 1515 scattered site rates and increasing the rental subsidy to 110% FMR. We hope the Council can work with the administration to include this in the final budget. Additionally, last year, an historic bill package was passed by City Council to expand CityFEPS vouchers. It'll be necessary to baseline CityFEPS to cover existing voucher holders and new voucher holders to increase access to housing through this. And finally, we appreciate the City Council's proposed $4.4 million increase to the City Commission on Human Rights source of income unit. Source of income discrimination is the biggest challenge the people we serve face when searching for an apartment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Sayala, Brannon, and council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of New Destiny Housing. My name is Gabriela Sandoval Requena. I am the New Destiny's Director of Policy and Communications. Our mission is to end the double trauma of abuse and homelessness among domestic violence survivors. We do this by developing supportive housing for survivors like Ravenhall in Chair Brannon's district, assisting those who are fleeing abuse, obtain subsidies and find safe new homes, and advocating for additional housing resources. New Destiny is also a co-convener of the Family Homelessness Coalition and a member of the Supportive Housing Network of New York. So why do we do this work? Because even though only 50% of domestic violence incidents are reported to the police, NYPD files 1 incident report related to domestic violence every 2 minutes. So since this hearing started, more than 130 survivors have called the police, and countless others have suffered in silence. Domestic violence is the main cause of homelessness in New York City for families with children. Access to safe, affordable permanent housing determines whether survivors leave their abuser and survive. We are submitting written testimony, but I want to use this time to focus on our 2 priorities for fiscal year 2025. the budget, excuse me. We are deeply concerned with HRA's limited capacity, which continues to delay check processing times, slow moves from shelter to permanent housing, and impact the success of rental assistance programs. The administration must address staffing shortages, which hinder survivors' ability to secure safe housing, putting their lives and the lives of their children in jeopardy. Second, we call on the administration to fund NGBV's microgrant program for domestic violence survivors at $6 million. Flexible funding is a cost-saving resource that can help survivors remain safe and stably housed and out of the shelter system. We also support the network's recommendation to improve NYC 1515 with the housing vacancy rate at 1.4. If I may continue, just a couple more. Thank you. With the vacancy rate at 1.4%, the city must develop additional congregate units above the original commitment of 7,500. New Destiny thanks the council for the leadership in calling for the $6 million to better meet the needs of survivors through the microgrant program and the $19.6 million for NYC 1515 in their 2025 preliminary budget response. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon, chairs and council staff. My name is Irene Branch. I am the Senior Vice President of External Affairs at the Doe Fund. On behalf of everybody at the Doe Fund, I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. We're so proud to be a resource and a partner to New York City in addressing this historic homelessness crisis. We reiterate our colleagues' support across the city and are really grateful for your work in scaling back PEGs targeted to housing and human services providers, investing in our workforce with a critical COLA increase, and recognizing the need for NYC 1515 reallocation. This support helps us do what the Doe Fund does best. Since 1985, we've connected nearly 14,000 New Yorkers experiencing homelessness with full-time employment and/or housing. Our Men in Blue, which many of you recognize for their presence in your districts, keep 115 miles of New York City streets clean as part of their transitional work experience. This program doubles the chance of our trainees in obtaining employment with an average starting wage 24% higher than the minimum, and our graduates are 52% less likely to recidivate. Beyond Ready, Willing, and Able, the Doe Fund is one of the largest nonprofit developers of permanent and affordable and supportive housing, again, along with our peers here, with nearly 2,000 units in operation or development. With homelessness reaching an all-time high, this work is more important now than ever before, and that's why we're here today to call on the City Council to increase funding for homeless services organizations like the Doe Fund. Chair Brannon, my colleagues at HSU and Urban Pathways, I also want to thank you and reiterate your close attention to the issue of nonprofit providers being paid in a timely way for the services we provide to our unhoused neighbors. These payment delays force nonprofits like the Doe Fund to take out lines of credit, as you've heard, and accrue costly interest. I wear a couple of hats at the Doe Fund. In addition to this, I am also our lead fundraiser, and so I think often about how I'm fundraising from private New Yorkers to offset the cost of debt services to New York City. It's not fair to the Doe Fund nor our broader community. So we look forward to the improvements to Passport, as described by Commissioner Park. We join our colleagues in encouraging full funding of MOCs and other critical steps to clear the backlog and ensure our ability to deliver services to New Yorkers like Robert Pullum. I'll be just a minute. Robert faced significant challenges, homelessness, abuse as a child, addiction, and severe mental health struggles, including PTSD as a result of his military service. He now lives with us in supportive housing, where he has stabilized his mental health and is actually becoming an advocate on behalf of the supportive housing community broadly. He's just one of thousands of New Yorkers for whom we provide stable, dignified housing, and we look forward to the reforms we've discussed today and to continued partnership with City Council to continue to transform the lives of our neighbors. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Make sure your mic's on.
Thanks. We don't have this technology on Staten Island. Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and Deputy Speaker Ayala. My name is Terry Troya. I work for Project Hospitality. We're an interfaith effort. We serve homeless and hungry people in the borough of Staten Island. We thank the council first for its great contribution to the Just Pay campaign and the 9% over the next 3 years that we hope our workers will be able to see. And we're grateful to the efforts of DHS to really put all hands on deck to try to get funds owed to nonprofits like ourselves to make up for what we have been laying out now for years. I want to first begin as an interfaith effort serving hungry people that we are absolutely opposed to any cuts to the Community Food Connection Program, because we have lost so much money in state funding on food, and we have so many more people in our pantries across our borough, and I am sure across the pantries in the city of New York. And CFC is a very important piece of being able to put food in people's bags to take home for their families. I wish to share with you that we really need DHS to get money to us on time in some timely basis, and I think the Doe Fund just said it probably more clearly than I can. We need to streamline contract registration, budget amendments. We need timely reimbursement of invoices. We did not see the Workforce Enhancement Initiative funds. We didn't get any of that from the past years, and I'm not sure what we're really actually going to ever see going forward. But we've taken out, the last time I was here, we had taken out $2 million in loans. We're now at over $3 million in loans for which we are paying the interest monthly. And we've got the asylum seeker shelters on Staten Island open, but we haven't seen any money since we've opened them in 2022, except for the first 2 months advances. We really need DHS, DSS, and MOCs to be adequately staffed and resourced in the 2025 budget to be able to respond to the backlog of needs and to the back end of needs that we as nonprofit community partners experience while we're out on the streets doing the boots on the ground work of finding safe shelter and getting people into a safe space. So we just say it's not happening. And we thank them for every effort that's being made, but we're dying out here, and we're small potatoes compared to many other providers. Thank you for your time and for your attention to our needs as we serve the people that you ask us to serve. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, Mary Fox. Ryan or Ron Ramuson, sorry, I can't read it. Shani Ades, Sophie Dalzheimer, and Sarita Daftani. Sarita Daftani, Mary Fox, Ron Rasmussen, Shani Ades, and Sophie Dalzheimer. You could start.
Thank you, Chair Ayala, Committee, and the Committee on General Welfare for the long-standing support for the Legal Services for the Working Poor Coalition. My name is Mary Fox, and I'm the Associate Director at Housing Conservation Coordinators, one of the 5 members of the Legal Services for the Working Poor Coalition that also includes Campbell Legal Services, MFJ, Northern Manhattan Improvement, and Take Root Justice. The coalition was created with support from City Council over a decade ago to address the civil legal needs of working poor and other low-income New Yorkers whose income is slightly higher than the poorest New Yorkers, thus rendering them ineligible for free legal services. Legal services of working poor services are critical, allowing working New Yorkers to maintain financial independence and preserve economic stability in communities across New York City. In fiscal year 24, this initiative was funded at $3.455 million from the City Council, with each of the coalition members receiving $455,000. In fiscal year 25, we are seeking $600,000 allocation from City Council, which includes a full restoration of the $455,000 allocated in FY24. A $600,000 allocation to each of the 5 coalition partners would support critical legal services in the areas of employment, immigration, consumer, benefits, housing, and other civil practice. We continue to see that working poor New Yorkers who can barely make ends meet face catastrophic consequences as a result of their civil legal problem. Not being paid for overtime, not being paid for work they did at all, identity theft, frozen bank accounts. The consequences of these problems lead to other problems, including increased risk of eviction, and foreclosure. Our legal service organizations represent New Yorkers in all 5 boroughs on consumer, foreclosure, immigration, benefits, employment, and housing matters. This council's funding for legal service to the working poor is the only funding that specifically targets the civil legal needs for working people to ensure continued self-sufficiency. I was trying to keep it under 2. I'll be really quick. Sorry. If we are not able to meet the legal needs of many people who are seeking our help, particularly those whose lives continue to be upended by the housing crisis, inflation, the human consequences will be dire. Immigrant families will continually live in uncertainty and fear. Children whose families have been wrongly denied unemployment benefits, public assistance, or denied SNAP benefits will go hungry. We urge City Council to fully invest in civil legal services initiatives overall and for the legal services of the working poor allocation in particular. This year, in FY25, our coalition is respectfully asking City Council to enhance the allocation of each coalition partner from $455,000 to $600,000. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Shawnee Odessa, Vice President with New York Legal Assistance Group. I'm going to focus my testimony today on our ask that the city increase its investment in critical legal and social services, as well as address policies that were designed to help our communities but are increasingly becoming difficult to access. As to the latter, for example, HRA delays in processing recertifications and applications for SNAP and cash assistance continue to leave our clients without benefits to feed and care for their families. While there is a reduced backlog, as they testified today, our clients continue to face barriers, including an inability to get through for phone interviews or failing to get documents properly indexed, leading to improper denials and inadequate benefit levels. Additionally, we agree with the prior testimony calling for expanding eligibility for programs like City FEPS. This is critical as the city grapples with increasing homelessness and lacks shelter capacity. In addition, we're calling for continued and increased investment in funding legal services. We urge continued and increased funding for immigration legal services that addresses both the short-term and long-term needs of our newly arrived neighbors as well as long-standing immigrant communities in New York. Over the last 2 years, innovative programming has developed to expand access to services for our newly arrived New Yorkers. Maintaining and expanding programs that center community education, screening, and pro se applications are critical. This, though, is just a first step towards stability. The city must also heavily invest in programming that provides full representation to individuals with complex cases or folks whose applications were filed but now face the next stage in the process and are navigating complex systems. We ask for funding through the variety of existing city programming, through PSPP, IOI, Action NYC, and Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, something that was cut last year despite increasing referrals over the past year after the funding was cut. Finally, we applaud the city for recent changes, including the Human Services COLA and Allowance Clause amendments. However, providers like NILAD continue to face delays in contract registration and payments, which undermine our ability to provide critical services. I will end here and say that we thank you so much for the city for partnering with us to ensure that our communities thrive, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon, council, chairs, and staff. My name is Sophie Dalsimer, and I am a co-director of the Health Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, or NILPI. NILPI is privileged to be a part of the City Council's Immigrant Health Initiative, and we thank you for that support. We are also proud to serve on Speaker Adams' new arrivals strategy team as part of the health cohort. Today, I'm here to ask the Council to continue your support by restoring and enhancing funding for the Immigrant Health Initiative, which has saved lives and improved health outcomes across the city. Through direct immigration representation, litigation, community education, non-legal advocacy, and strategic partnerships with public hospitals and volunteer doctors, NILPI improves health outcomes, increases access to health care, and educates the community, healthcare providers, and legal service advocates. We provide advocacy and representation to everyone from long-term and newly arrived immigrant New Yorkers with serious medical conditions or disabilities to asylum seekers who identify as transgender, gender expansive, or those living with HIV, and non-citizen New Yorkers who are detained in immigration custody without adequate access to health care. The improved access to health insurance and health care has had life-changing and often life-saving effects on the lives of our clients and often results in cost savings for the city, the state, and our safety net healthcare system when people are able to resume work and productive lives. In the last year, we conducted nearly 150 comprehensive health and immigration assessments, provided direct legal representation for over 60 people, helped over 50 previously uninsured or underinsured individuals obtain or maintain health insurance, and successfully advocated on behalf of 7 undocumented immigrants who have received life-saving kidney transplants. We also, we also connected more than 50 detained individuals with volunteer doctors to provide medical advocacy in hopes of securing their release from custody. The volume of recently arrived immigrants has only increased the need for initiatives that champion immigrant rights and facilitate access to services, including health care and legal assistance. To meet this critical need, NILPI is seeking a $550,000 allocation in fiscal year 25 from the Council's Immigrant Health Initiative. This request includes a restoration of the prior $435,000 plus an enhancement to support the increase in need. The city must continue to uphold access to health care for all New Yorkers, and we thank you again so much for your support.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and Deputy Speaker Ayala. My name is Sarita Daftry. I'm co-director of Freedom Agenda. We're led by our members who are survivors of Rikers and their family members. We're one of the organizations leading the campaign to close Rikers, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to thank the Council for including in your preliminary budget response a call for the administration to allocate $19.6 million to progress the 1515 supportive housing program toward its target of 15,000 units, and a call for the administration to allocate an additional $6.4 million for justice-involved supportive housing to fulfill the city's commitment to establish 500 JISH units. Just 1 month of DOC overtime would fully fund these investments. When New York City adopted a plan to close Rikers in 2019, this included a commitment to reallocating resources that have for decades been disproportionately directed to policing and incarcerating Black, brown, and poor people at the expense of funding crucial services like housing, healthcare, employment opportunities, and more. Mayor Adams has instead pursued budget policies that have increased the jail population and then acts as if an inflated jail population is natural and inevitable, instead of a result of a refusal to scale up the solutions we need to close the pipelines that feed Rikers. Supportive housing has the potential to address 2 things that are funneling so many of our community members into Rikers: unstable housing and mental health needs. The Independent Budget Office reports that 33% of people admitted to Rikers in 2023 were unstably housed, and the Comptroller's Office reports that 20% of people currently held at Rikers are diagnosed with a serious mental illness. That portion of the jail population has grown 50% since January 2022. The Corporation for Supportive Housing found that approximately 2,589 people held at Rikers over a 1-year period need supportive housing but have not been able to access it. Filling this dire need for supportive housing would do much more to build strong and safe communities than Rikers ever could, and it would also save an estimated $1.3 billion each year. The city's legal and moral obligation to close Rikers is also an obligation to fully fund supportive housing. In the written testimony that we submit, you'll see a budget analysis from the campaign to close Rikers with additional budget priorities. If the council cannot achieve these restorations and investments through negotiations with the mayor, we urge you to use every power you have, including passing a budget amendment, to secure the resources that our communities deserve. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, now we have on Zoom Tierra Labrada.
Me off guard a little bit. Sorry about that. Hello, Chair Brennan, Deputy Speaker Ayala, and members of the council. My name is Tiara Labrada, and I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy at the Supportive Housing Network of New York. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify here today. First, I'd like to thank the council for supporting the network's NYC 1515 reallocation proposal by signing on to the Dear Colleague letter circulated by Mental Health Chair, Councilmember Linda Lee. 1515 is the primary mechanism for supportive housing development in the city, and it's failing to meet its target. This means that critical units are not being brought online that could house New Yorkers, as you've just heard a lot of my colleagues mention. As part of our reallocation proposal, we're also seeking to expand NYC 1515 eligibility to include individuals exiting institutional settings and survivors of domestic violence. Again, an immense thank you to those of you who signed on, and for Councilmember Linda Lee and her team for their collaboration and support on this initiative. Next, we also want to thank the council, a lot of thanks today, the council and the administration for heeding the calls of the human services sector by agreeing to a cost of living adjustment. The proposed 3-year, 3% wage increase will help these essential workers support themselves and their families as they continue to provide critical services to some of New York's most vulnerable residents. However, there's a caveat. The city must ensure that the nonprofits that employ these workers are paid on time for the services they provide. You just heard a lot of my colleagues here talk about MOC's underfunding and the time that it takes for contracts to be, for providers to be reimbursed. They are significantly under financial strain due to the city's failure to reimburse them for contractually mandated services. Some providers are still awaiting payment for these services provided in 2018 with millions of dollars in arrears. As proposed, the executive budget's significant cuts to MOCs would exacerbate this already untenable situation. We urge the council and administration to restore funds to personnel and non-personnel services to avert further harm. The network is also a steering committee member of the Correct Crisis Intervention Today.
Your
CCIT
time has
coalition.
expired.
One more second. Advocating for a peer-led non-police mental health crisis response system, the current city pilot program Be Heard omits peers from response teams. We ask that the council adopt the best practices and features of the CCIT NYC model by focusing on placing trained peers on the Be Heard's response team, as well as fully restore Be Heard's PECS cuts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we have James Dill.
Starting time.
Andrew Dill, Executive Director of Housing and Services, Inc. We are permanent supportive housing providers serving 715 households in both congregate and scatter-site settings in Manhattan and the Bronx. We are members of the Supportive Housing Network in New York and support all the network's advocacy points for this hearing. First and foremost, we would like to thank the Council for both, including provisions for a reallocation of the NYC 1515 resources in the preliminary budget response, and for instituting the COLA over 3 years for the human services sector. We are so grateful for Council Member Linda Lee's dear colleague letter calling for the reallocation and for all who signed on. The reallocation will address crucial trends in the provision of permanent supportive housing and vastly help this bold and absolutely necessary initiative to meet its ambitious objectives. We are also so very grateful for the COLA will provide encouragement to our dedicated but chronically underpaid essential workers. We do echo concern about the proposed cuts to MOCs. The FY24 migration of contract billings to Passport has created a backlog in contract payment processing and acute cash flow problems for all struggling providers. It is imperative that MOCs, DHS, DOMH, and HASA receive sufficient funding to resolve passport migration issues, have the resources become proficient in the new system, and get contract payments flowing to cash-strapped providers. We will submit written testimony. We thank you for your time today. And once again, we thank you so much for the reallocation and so much for the COLA.
Thank you. Now we have Juan Diaz.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Ayala, Chair Brennan, and all members of the Finance and General Welfare Committees for holding today's executive hearing. My name is Juan Diaz, and I'm a Policy and Advocate Associate at Citizens Committee for Children, a multi-issue children advocacy organization. CCC is a co-convener of the Family Homeless Coalition as well. The City Marshals conducted over 13,000 evictions in 2023, and lengths of stay in shelter continue to be unacceptably long. We know as well that preventive service and shelter providers are struggling with previously instituted contract reductions and payments from the city. We applaud the City Council's work in support of the enhancement of COLA for human services workforce and funding restoration to essential programs such as the shelter, community school coordinators. However, the city administration should do much more. We therefore urge the city administration to support critical investments such as restoring the 2.5 reduction to DHS, HRA, and nonprofit contracted agencies that were implemented in a November 24 budget modification. Investing an additional $37.9 million annually to enhance home-based homeless prevention programs to reduce caseloads, improve services, and staff retention. We also asked for funding and implemented City FAB's eligibility expansion, which would significantly prevent entrance into and expedited exits from shelter. Also investing $45 million for the Bacon Unit Readiness Program to make over 5,000 Bacon Niche apartments available for low-income families with children. Lastly, we urge the city administration to fund previously adopted initiatives included, but not limited to, the prevailing wages for security guards, behavioral health services, and Operation Backpack. Thank you, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now we have Hannah Mercuris.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is Hannah Mercuris, and I'm Senior Policy Counsel at the Center for Family Representation. Thank you to the Council and to the committee members for hearing our testimony today. CFR is grateful for the opportunity to submit testimony to the New York City Council on the fiscal year 2025 budget and for your support of CFR. We urge you to ensure that this year's city budget adequately funds critical legally mandated representation to parents who are prosecuted by the Administration for Children's Services and maintains or increases council discretionary funding for those initiatives that support legal services for indigent New Yorkers. As you've heard many times today, those legal services are incredibly critical. CFR is the countywide assigned indigent defender provider offering interdisciplinary legal representation to parents being investigated or prosecuted by ACS in Manhattan, Queens, or the Bronx. We have represented more than 2,000 clients in the last fiscal year. Over 90% of our clients are Black, Brown, or people of color. CFR employs an interdisciplinary model of parent defense, assigning each client an attorney and a social worker. Our teams are also supported by parent advocates, parents who have themselves been investigated and prosecuted by ACS, and who can support clients from a place of empathy and understanding. Our interdisciplinary teams are able to address the underlying issues that lead families into this system, connecting families to quality mental health treatment, substance use disorder programs, basic necessities, and educational services for their children, to ensure that families remain together or are reunited as quickly as possible. We are requesting your support in urging the city to provide $425,000 for our Home for Good program, which offers holistic support for parents and youth, $155,000 in DOVE funding to provide enhanced social work services for clients who are survivors of domestic violence, and $825,000 for the Right to Family Advocacy program, which offers representation
Your
to
time
parents
has expired.
during ACS investigations and administrative hearings to amend and seal reports with the State Central Register. I know that many other people are prepared to testify today, and we'll provide more information about CFR in our written testimony. Thank you so much for your support and for continuing to serve indigent New Yorkers.
Thank you, Hannah. Now we have Joel Berg.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Joel Berg, CEO of Hunger Free America. We're headquartered here in New York City. Thank you so much, Chair Brennan and Deputy Speaker Ayala, for having this vital hearing. And I also want to thank the civil servants who testified today. I don't always agree with them. I certainly don't always agree with their bosses, but they're extraordinarily responsive to advocates and service providers, most of them, so I appreciate that. A key point today is that we've really got to take this as a crisis it is. When we define something as a crisis, we address it. When we don't, we don't. And 1.3 million New Yorkers, including 1 out of every 5 children, live in homes that can't afford enough food. I, too, oppose any cuts in the Community Food Connections program, but I point out how minimal that program is, even if the council would provide the $60 million proposed by advocates. That equals only $46 worth of food per year for every food insecure New Yorker. That's why we've simply got to get on the stick to do more to help people access federally funded benefits. We have a very rich uncle named Sam. And if we're begging the federal government, the president and Congress to do more to fund New York City, why aren't we doing better at accessing federal benefits? We need to fully fund the New York City Benefits Initiative, fully fund organizations like Hunger Free New York City that are doing this vital work of helping people access benefits. We need to get the mayor's office to finally implement the My City portal to allow multiple applications for multiple benefits, which the mayor's been promising for years. years. We need to not just occasionally meet the 30-day requirement of federal law for applications, but do that each and every day. That 30-day requirement goes back to 1977, before email, before internet. It is insane that we're not getting people benefits in day one. I know DOE isn't under this hearing, but I just point out New York City still has the lowest school breakfast participation rate out of any big city in the United States. Half the kids who get school lunch do not get school breakfast. That needs to be fixed. That would bring in millions of food dollars every year to hungry families. And lastly, there's a lot of focus on the slowness
Your time has
of
expired.
contracts being paid after being registered. And I just point out the biggest delay, as some people have pointed out, is the more than year it takes to get registered to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Now we have Amy Blumsack.
Starting time.
Hi. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, Chair Brennan and Chair Ayala. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I represent Neighbors Together. My name is Amy Blumsack. Neighbors Together is a community-based organization located in central Brooklyn. We serve hot meals, we provide stabilizing services, and we also do community organizing and policy advocacy with our members. We serve over 100,000 meals per year to approximately 12,000 plus individuals a year. They come from across the 5 boroughs, and over 60% of them are homeless or unstably housed. We also have been doing robust work with voucher holders for many years now, both direct services and organizing and policy work. So it is with that expertise that we come here to say that we really are thankful to the council for recognizing the need and importance of city FEPS vouchers that function properly, and that it is our recommendation that city FEPS needs to be funded at a level that meets the need every year, and that we continue to push for the administration to create a better functioning city FEPS system. That means more staff at DHS and HRA, more staff at home base so that there will be shortened wait times, faster application processing. We need to really fix the many administrative barriers that slow down accessing city FEPS and using city FEPS. And we really need to reverse the pegs to DHS and HRA. Additionally, we need to fund CCHR at $18 million total, and this means an additional $4.4 million specifically for the Law Enforcement Bureau. They do critical work to help voucher holders get housed. They have helped house so many of our members because source of income discrimination is rampant. We really rely on them, and we need them to have the funding they need. Also, I think it's critically important.
Your time has expired.
That staff attorneys get paid more. The pay for staff attorneys at CCHR can't compete with the market, and so we're not able to hire people as we need. The very last thing I'll say is we also support $60 million for CFC. We've seen a 63% increase in service utilization of our community cafe in the past year alone. And we're just one of hundreds of emergency food programs. So thank you for your support, and thank you for the time to testify.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, with that, this day one hearing of the FY25 executive budget oversight hearings has concluded. Thank you, everybody, for testifying.